Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to a new stream. I'm very happy to have you guys back. Hope you guys are all doing fantastically. Welcome to a new week. We're gonna try to crush this week completely here. We're gonna make sure that we are completely ready. We have a lot of things to discuss, a lot of fundamental things as well. We have the FOMC meeting coming tomorrow. Tomorrow late at night for me. I'm gonna be live on stream. Of course, we're gonna be there. Keep in mind, this is going to be a major event here. So if the market is a little bit unpredictable today, then understand where this exactly comes from. Because you have to know that this is crucial for the overall market to understand which direction we are possibly going to. We're going to go over everything here. We have the interest rate policies, of course. We have the ECB also doing the same thing here. So, big moves coming this week. I hope you guys are ready. I'm very excited to have you here on stream. Looking forward to crush this with you guys. We put up our score. Where's the score here? Score number 1, score number 2. There we go. Where's number 3? There we go. Looking forward to have you here, guys. Amazing. Let's make it happen today. Let's make sure that we are absolutely gonna crush it here. I'm just trying to figure something out right now. There we go. We have the chat. And we are back. We are officially live here. Let's make it happen, guys. Our record so far is absolutely astonishing for this year. So let's make sure we continue this momentum here. Let's see if we can find a beautiful trade today as well. But of course, we have to understand that we are preparing for a lot of big news. So the point is that sometimes it's smart to prepare for a major move into one direction, making a lot of money if you are ready. It doesn't mean that you have to do it, that you have to follow it, that you have to trade the news here, all right? Because it can be, of course, quite risky at the same time. So do take that in consideration. This is all, of course, a gamble. In some ways, you can never really find out, but there are always where you can secure yourself as well. So doing this live with you guys is, of course, the best thing to do so, because this is how we can generate some pips. All right. Shout out to my designer, absolutely legend. Old friend of my man, you're an absolute animal. He's providing us with the new thumbnails as well, so we can shine a little bit more. You know how it's going here. Then, of course, let's go over the chart here. But before we go over the chart, let's go actually towards the chat real quick. Who do we have in the building? Who is supporting us today? Who is joining us with our trading? Let's have a look here. There we go. Nice song, nice intro as well. Very important. Yes. Marek, my man, what's happening, brother? Benson Soon, Siad, Silas, Frank Jones, Bank Nifty Boss, yeah. Akrem. Jared, Jaro, Curry, Benson, my man, what's up? Light Hash, Nick, what's happening, Nick? Hope you're doing well, my friend. Chief, Shogun, like Raul, Mark, Flo, Akasha, welcome back. Hardly, my man, King. Yes, Hannes, Witz. As always, my friend. Beer Bob, as always, my friend. Nice. Cobra Trades, I love that name. Machin, Swen. Bill Different is back. What's happening, brother? Brugman. Okay, amazing. Fantastic that you guys are here. Alright. XRG Games says I bought the Limitless V2 last night and I can't believe how much content there is on there for me to learn. Absolutely, my friend. Besides the live trading and the private live streams, we have, of course, a bunch of content generated for you to watch as well. Alright, very important here. So let's get it started, guys. Let's see what we can do. First of all, I'm waiting right now for the dollar to come into that zone here. But before we come down here, let's talk about the dollar index first. We have broken that trend here. Okay, we have a lot of liquidity built up above here. We finally broke it. We created a 4-hour change character to the upside here. Very important. Was waiting for this one. All right. A beautiful reaction so far. Absolutely amazing. This is what we're seeing right now. And of course, we are preparing for a major move. The question is the move already coming up tomorrow, or are we going to come up or come down? We're going to find out here. But regardless, what I'm seeing right now is that potentially this is the moment for the dollar to make a continuation to the upside. There are some charts that I would like to trade here. One of them is the euro against the US dollar potentially here. We are now in a zone. We are tapping action in 30-minute zone. I want to wait. I want to enter it from here. I want to wait a little bit. I want to wait until we at least break some extra structure. We have formed equal lows right now, which is a very, very good sign here. New Zealand dollar, US dollar. Also interesting. Gold. Gold. Very interesting as well. We are coming down. We tapped into that zone and we came down all the way. So it seems that gold is relatively vulnerable on the downside right now. And before we start, guys, I quickly want you to pay very close attention. And the reason why I want you to pay very close attention to this video is because it's going to help you tremendously with tomorrow. You know that the biggest move of the week is going to be tomorrow. That means also that the biggest opportunity for you is going to be tomorrow. Okay, so do take consideration that if you are ready, that you want to make sure that you are updated here. So listen to this particular guy. This is Andrian Day. He is the founder and president of Andrian Day Asset Management. And he has a massive institutional company where he, of course, manages well for a lot of rich people. This guy knows what he's talking about, so let's go over it. His track record is super accurate. So we take him very, very serious here. So let's have a look at it real quick. I think it's super important to listen to him for maybe 2 minutes here.
So we're going to see consumer spending drop in the next few months, and it's all pointing towards a recession.
Right. So these, as you say, are all lagging indicators. It's going to take some time for them to catch up, and that's certainly something I'm sure that Fed Chair Jerome Powell is very well aware of.
Yes.
We're having the first Fed meeting of 2023. The expectations from the markets is for a 25 basis point interest rate hike. Is that where you are?
Yeah, I mean, I suspect that's what we will get. The market is almost 100% on 25 basis points. I think one thing we can say is I don't think anyone, it would be unbelievable if the Fed came out and said, well, we're not going to raise rates this quarter. So any surprise is going to be on the higher rate, not on the lower rate. But I'm expecting 25 basis points. But the real key is what Powell says in the press conference afterwards. That's I'm expecting 25 basis points. But the real key is what Powell says in the press conference afterwards.
But the real key is what Uncle Jerome says after the interest rate decision, okay? The 25 basis points are not really what makes a difference here. It's about what he says after. What is his tonality after that outcome? Is it going to be very hard, like, okay, we need to get it down to 2% right now, and so on, or he's going to play it a little bit softer, things are looking good, CPI is coming lower, and so on. We have to listen to what he says here, because this is going to be an absolute game changer. So let's continue.
In terms of whether he indicates that a pause may be on the horizon or more aggressive action.
Exactly. Well, Canada, of course, the bank chief, are they called chairman up here? I'm sorry. The bank chairman in Canada.
Governor, I believe.
Governor, thank you. Said that this would be the last hike for a while. What's Powell going to say? I don't think Powell's going to say we're not going to hike again for a while, but I think the tone is what's important with Powell. Is he going to, because he's not going to give a prediction on what they're going to do, but the tone is important.
Well, the markets are expecting a pause in March. They're expecting to get a little around, 5% and then hold steady.
Absolutely. And that's, to get to the market, if I may, that's one of the reasons that I've been saying for 10 days now, but I think gold is vulnerable to a pullback because the market is so convinced it's 25 basis
Gold is vulnerable to a pullback.
Basis points and a pause in March. If Powell comes out, Powell doesn't like the fact that the stock market is continuing to go up, which means the stock market is not taking him seriously. And so his incentive, I think, is to come out and say something strong. But we're going to keep on with this job until inflation's defeated, blah, 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 blah. He's not going to say we're not going to raise rates in March. He's not going to say that, I don't think.
So you're saying that in a way, the market telegraphing what he is going to do and reflecting positivity and general sentiment is nullifying some of the impact of what Powell is trying to do. And then he may up the ante with his rhetoric in order to shock the market back into, well, maybe we don't know, maybe it could still be a more severe rate hike than expected.
Absolutely. And as you say, Powell and the Fed, this Fed in particular under Powell, is very data dependent. They look at the data very closely. And so the GDP number will say to them, maybe we can keep hiking a little bit longer.
Right, because it is a relatively healthy GDP number, which could embolden them to really crank it up a little bit more.
Yeah.
And as you say, this may be problematic for gold because you think that a sort of softer Fed is already priced into the gold price?
I think the Fed is, the gold market is already priced in 25 basis points, and very few people have any question about that. And it's already priced in a pause in March, I think.
Okay.
So it's vulnerable on the downside.
In the near term, because gold just breached, 1920?
Okay, so he says that gold is vulnerable on the downside, and he is most of the time right. He's a very, very amazing guy. I watched a lot of his videos as well. His name is Adrian Day, okay? Look him up. But look at the technical side for gold right now. We are seeing that potential vulnerability. And keep in mind, this guy is extremely bullish on gold in the long term. He thinks that gold can potentially reach a new all-time high this year, all right? In the short term, however, he thinks that these 25 basis points are already priced in. So if that's the case, and it's going to be 25 basis points here, he thinks that gold potentially will make a pullback here to the downside, potentially coming around the 1800s, somewhat around this particular range, okay? So if that's the case here, and we're going to see it dropping, then it makes kind of sense from a technical standpoint as well, that we're going to see that potential pullback happening for gold maybe later this week. If that's the case, we are going to set up for a potential, opportunity for gold as well, as this could be a very, very interesting setup. Not even talking about the actual indices, the actual index like the S&P 500 right now, as they are expecting a way bigger pullback along the way as well. They think that this is kind of a fake rally right now, that the actual reason why the stock markets are going up because Jerome Powell is not strict enough. And that's quite interesting. So they're saying that Jerome Powell is maybe not strict enough here. So that's the reason why the indices are going up, still going up, even when we are in a so-called recession. Because one more thing I would like to mention before we completely going to start trading here is that the retail sales have been dropping or pretty much stagnating right now comparison to the actual inflation. And usually when you see that the inflation is higher, usually you see that the retail sales are going up and the spending are going up as well because of these particular goods, and they want to actually come closer towards that particular level. So the retail sales are stagnating, inflation is still on the rise, sort of, and we have the consumer confidence dropping. If we then go back to the actual savings of most people right now in the United States, their savings rate, and this is based on the information and data that comes from all these big credit card companies, their debt is at the highest level, the savings is at the lowest level in years and years. So potentially we're going to see already a potential recession coming. So anyone that says that we're going to see an amazing bull run, it's going to be a little bit of a hard thing to see right now based on the data that we have here. Okay? Do take that in consideration, okay? The last thing I want to share with you guys is, of course, cryptocurrency. Because many of you guys are actually asking me the questions, especially on Discord. Lorenzo, what's up with Bitcoin right now? What are we going to do? Are we going to go up? Are we going to go down? Well, it will be better if I just get a specialist on the show today, on the stream, making sure that he explains all these ins and outs regards to crypto for you guys as well. Better than what I can. I think he can explain it better. Even though I'm a big fan of cryptocurrencies as well here. Okay, so let's start trading a little bit. Let's focus on the markets. And at the meantime, in a couple hours, we have a beautiful guest coming on here. Looking forward to that as well. So right now for the dollar, what do I want to see here? I want to see the dollar coming and tapping into that zone. All right, this 1 hour supply area of demand. You guys know I mainly look at the currency indices first. This is why, probably in my opinion, one of the reasons why our win rate, our score is so high, because I tend to start with the currency index first. Based on the currency index, I go to actual charts like the EUR/USD, like the New Zealand dollar against the US dollar, like gold, and so on and so on. Based on the metrics here, if for example the dollar right now taps into an area of demand, and it bounces from this zone. It can also be on the 30-minute. Then we need to look, okay, what kind of pair is right now in an area of supply or in an area of demand as well. If we're seeing the synchronization here, we're going to look for a setup. Then we're looking for the break of structure. The break of structure is going to give us the signal to enter a position. And then we know exactly how to manage our stop loss, how to manage our trade, how to take profits along the way, and so on and so on. So what do we see here with the euro? Let's go to the lower time frame. On the 30 minutes right now, we are tapping already in an area of supply here. We have another zone above this particular level. Right, we have two different zones right here. We take that in consideration. What do we want to see? We want to see at least holding here. But in my opinion, it's important for the dollar to tap into one of these zones first. I know we're holding relatively well here, but we want to hold here. Potentially coming into that zone, making that reaction. And then, of course, the euro doing the same thing. Maybe breaking this level here. Coming back higher, tapping into the zone potentially, right here, and then potentially break a particular low, gives us a signal to trade it. Why can we trade it so well? Well, if we are coming down and we break structure to the downside, then what could be an amazing target? Well, look at that. Of course, these are the equal lows right there. We've built up equal lows right now for the euro. A lot of stop losses are built up underneath here. A lot of liquidity is here. So if we do break structure to the downside on the lower time frame right now, I think it's an amazing entry here. So what do we want to see? Want to make sure that the dollar is actually bouncing from this particular zone right here. So that's the perfect moment for us to look for a trade setup. And especially the EUR/USD is very interesting here. The New Zealand dollar against the US dollar also comes into play here, but is actually looking relatively weak. However, let's see if we can find some sort of pullback into the zone. Let's wait for a trade and boom. We can trade it down. Let's look for gold as well in the lower time frame. Let's go to the 2 hour here. We're pretty much created the same thing here for gold. We have this zone here, and the reason why I like this zone so much is because we have the point of control here. The point of control is an area where the most volume has been traded in this whole range. So what we have done is we have been consolidating under an area of supply. Then we broke down. Then we came back up. Hopefully we tap into that zone. We're looking for the alignment with the dollar. Maybe it taps into this zone. Maybe it goes to the 15 minute. We have one here as well. I don't think so, to be honest. I think we can look for a little bit of a higher trade setup here. There are two setups that we can look for. But anyways, we need to go to the 15 minute or 30 minute to look for a trade as well. Potentially look for another layer. We have this one right here and one higher. Based on that, we're going to look for an entry. Okay? So it's all about selling today. This is what I'm looking for. I'm looking definitely for a sell. Why? Because the dollar is showing us some strength right now on the 1 hour and on the higher time frame. We finally created a 4 hour change of character to the upside. We're finally seeing that reaction. So this is what we want to see. We want to wait for a retracement. Either one of these zones right now. We are still in that particular zone here for the euro. And at the same time, we are looking for gold potentially as well here as the New Zealand dollar. So there are a couple of interesting setups that we have to take consideration here. I hope you guys are ready. Let me know where you guys are looking at right now. Because based on that, we will we should be able to make some pips today. The TP of gold, that totally depends what you think. What I would do if you catch a beautiful trade for gold and you are in profit, then I would wait for, okay, dollar dropping now. There we go. Perfect. This is what we want to see. Euro as well, tapping into that zone right now. We're coming up. We're coming up. What we're looking for is right now the actual confirmation of a rejection and so on and so on. The target for potentially gold, if we come down, depends where we enter. Of course, it totally depends where we enter first. If it's up in this range here, then yeah, maybe underneath these lows first and then leave it running potentially partially as well. Materi says when the Fed rises interest rates, DXY goes up or down. Usually it depends on how it doesn't really depend on the interest rates. So people tend to get this wrong. It's not the interest rates here. It's about the tonality of Jerome Powell. It's about how aggressive he thinks he needs to take action in the future. So if he says right now we're going to do 25 basis points, but in the future we need to be more aggressive with increasing the interest rates, dollar goes up, boom, instantly. If he's going to be more soft and say, hey, inflation is coming down, we can just keep going this path, dollar could potentially come down here. So that it all depends on his tonality here. But I do believe, because it's 2023, because the stock market has already been going up over the last couple of quarter, at least a quarter, completely here. Okay? I just do believe that he needs to be more aggressive right now in his tone to make sure that we are not coming back up all the way and that we're forming some sort of new rally right now, as we are at the verge of a potential reversal for the indices here. Okay, so do take that into consideration. Euro broke that zone. Dollar is right now in that zone. We have a zone underneath. Let's see where we bounce from, guys. What an interesting time here. Wow. Okay, the dollar wants to break towards the zone. We have a couple more zones underneath. We're just waiting for a bounce. This is what we're waiting for. We're waiting for a bounce. Let's go to the back to the 4 hour. Volume is coming in. This is going to determine a lot, guys. This is going to determine our potential trade here. My Rex is K-mark a position on a chart before you trade. I always do that. We're always putting in our long position, short position here. Definitely, my friend. Absolutely. This year has been crushing it. Hopefully we can take it to 100 wins ASAP. That would be amazing as well. Hubert says, hi bro, today I passed my 50k in my Forex Funds. Congratulations, my friend. Was that impulse maybe an effect of the CAD GDP news? Could be. We indeed had the news coming out here. Let's see what the 0.1%. Indeed, let's look at the USD cut as well. We're bouncing from the zone. Create a 4-hour chalk right here. Looking very similar. 1 hour. Step into that zone. Fibonacci, swing low to swing high. Retracement right here to the equilibrium. Right there. Boom. This could be an entry right here. For the USD cut right there. Okay, 133.9 here. I'm gonna set an alert here as well. $133.9. We look at gold. USD cut. Euro USD depending on where we are ending here. Okay. And the dollar. The dollar is the most important right now. Based on the dollar, we know exactly when to enter potentially in position here. This is what we're looking for. Was that impulse maybe an effect of the GDP? Oh, you already asked this. Yes, I do believe that it just has to do with the volume that's kicking into the market right now at this particular moment. I do not really think that it had to do with the Canadian dollar GDP here. Significant move to the downside. Again, guys, we're going to do a giveaway today, of course. As always, we're going to do a giveaway from the magic keys here. We're making our friend Raya Banks very, very rich. Fantastic. Okay, it seems that we're breaking towards this level. We have one more underneath. Let's see how we react here. This is how we do it. It's pretty simple, straightforward, okay? Tapping into that zone, bouncing. And we're looking for our trade here. What caused the new volume? Well, the New Yorker is opening right now. Volume can step into the market also because of that. Gold creeping up here. Let's see if we can bounce from this particular zone. What do you think if gold do the pullback? What would be the target? Again, the lower lows here. First of all, the actual equal lows here. And then underneath, potentially you should hold partially your position a little bit longer for tomorrow. Maybe you can catch a wild move here. That's what we're trying to do today. We're trying to hold the position. We're trying to cash out some profits. Keep some money in. Or positioning in here. And then wait till tomorrow. Hey Lorenzo, have you taken any trades today? You mean the all day or this stream? What is US dollar on the NT4? Does anyone know? I'm not sure if everyone, not everyone has this particularly, the dollar index. But it's a DXY. Snake Trader says, hello, new to your channel. If okay, could you tell me what type of methodology you used? Great question, my friend. First of all, welcome. We are here to absolutely crush it this year. So my trading strategy is usually a combination of retail and SMC. I combine everything together. I've traded both. I traded trend line, support, resistance, and then also SMC, and I try to mix it up a little bit. Using the correlations of the dollar, some fundamental news as well. Some fundamental information. So yeah, complete package, my friend. Let's see how we react from this particular zone. Curly says, if technical set up perfectly for you during the Asian session, would you take the trade? Or do you trade strictly London, New York? I strictly trade London and New York. I do not trade the Asian session here. Personally. Not that I don't like the Asian session, but I tend to just wait for the London Open. Spend some time with the fam, with my brothers, and then, you know, get to work. Also, I live in Bali, Indonesia, right? So because of that, the London Open is at 4 p.m. for me. I love that. For example, it's right now almost 10 p.m. For me, it's perfect. I do like it. I do like it a lot here. To not have to trade in the morning. Okay, dollar is bouncing from the zone. Let's see what the reaction is. Great. There we go. Go to the lower time frame. This is the last high here. Boom. Amazing. We have our bounce. Let's now look at the Euro USD. Where's the Euro? Euro, well, had a liquidity sweep here. Took out the highs, the liquidity above that area. I need to look for a strong structure break first here. Cannot just enter right now. This is one. USD cut is right now in the zone. on the other time frame here. So we have this particular level for the USD CAD. We tapped into this zone. So what do we see here? Something very similar. This is a high that we need to break. That's number one. Then look at the gold chart right now. Let's go to the 30-minute. Liquidity sweep as well. Taking out the highs or the stop loss above this area. Filling up some of that imbalance. Oh, there we go. No. Actually, it was a beautiful zone here. 5-minute. There we go. 5-minute candle. Fantastic. Okay, beautiful. That's what we want to see here. So I want to see rejection. There we go. Tapped into that zone. Now we're breaking it. Break is structure to the downside. Any retest is a trade straight away for us. To the downside here. Coming down. Potentially tapping into that zone. Filling up the imbalance underneath. That could be trade number one. For gold here. Stop loss just above that last high. Taking profit underneath that particular zone. That could be a potential trade setup here. The dollar needs to break that high. Very importantly. Dollar needs to bounce. Break that high above that zone. And we have our trade here. That's what we're looking for. Alright? That's exactly what we want to see. This is the last high. This is now an area of supply for sure. As a rejection. There we go. Okay, I'm in a trade. I'm in gold right now. Straight away, boom, action. Why? We have that zone. We're gonna break that level. Gold close underneath that particular zone. Stop loss above that high. Let's see how we react here. Okay, be right back, guys. For the USD CAD, you want to wait for this first. Better. Gold is definitely looking a little bit weaker here. This was the last bounce here. All right, be right back, guys. There we go. Sorry, my bad, my bad, my bad. Okay, our first loss of the week straight away, guys. Second loss of this year. Gold, right here. Overall, it had pretty much all the confidence that we were looking for here. So everything is looking pretty good. All good, all good. Sound is back. Correct? Can you guys hear me right now? All right. Okay, so this is pretty much the strategy we're gonna use still. We came up straight away. We're gonna continue our journey regardless. We took our first hit of this particular stream, the second loss of the year. Don't be sad, guys. Don't be sad. I know it's upsetting, but it's gonna be fine over time. Do you have my Facebook, Lorenzo? You can watch all the streams from weeks and weeks and weeks of trading. Okay, so the first thing I want to focus on right now is zooming out a little bit. And look at the next particular zone, which is the 15-minute and the 2-hour right there. There we go. We're gonna look for this one. Let's see what the reaction will be. Fluid says we take it back. Jiro says we take it back or not. Let me know what you mean, my friend. GG, hope you're doing well. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to zoom out. We're going to wait for the 15 minutes right now to hit. That's, I think, the best solution for next potential trade here. That is zooming out a little bit, waiting for gold to hit, waiting for it to break structure again. And we're going to do the same thing. For me, that's the way to go here. When I started out as a trader, I was winning like 4 times in a row, or 5 times in a row. Super happy. And then I lost 2 times, for example. And then I was like, you know what? It's the strategy. The strategy is not working. The strategy is not working, so I'm gonna change up my strategy. Because that's the problem. two losses in a row. That's just not how the game works here, okay? That's not how the game works here. One time I had a win streak of, I think. Let's say I had 100 trades, and I remember this very well. And I had around a 70% win rate. And then I lost 10 times in a row. 10 times in a row, roughly. Like 10 or 9 times in a row. Did I quit the strategy? No. I did 100 more trades. So every single loss, it has, for me personally, 0 effect on my mood, 0 effect on the way I trade, on the results I have. Because this is what we do. We spread it out and we look for the new opportunity. Patrick O'Guinness says, good afternoon, sir. I'm new to the channel. Really happy to be here. Nice, my friend. Hope you're doing good. Let's see where the USD cut is going to break that level as well for us. We are still looking at that zone, that same zone. Which is at the 30-minute underneath here. This is the equilibrium. What's your maximum leverage? I do not really care about leverage, to be honest. I do not really care about leverage. But the platform I use, I believe it's 500. Moises, I just posted a scalp I took this morning on GA. Can you take a look? Yes, I can do it, my friend. We can do that. But let's see where the dollar is going to end up here. So again, the moment we tap into the area of demand, that's the way we're doing it. We tap into an area of demand. We go to the lower time frame. Go to the lower time frame. Want to break that level. That last high. In this case, we reversed it. Alright, we reversed completely here. We had all that imbalance above here. For the dollar. It's a huge indicator for us. When we break that high, we have that imbalance above. Then we want to come up to break that imbalance. To take out that imbalance. To then at least come back to 50% of that imbalance. To then potentially come back down further. If we would come up here, that was the moment immediately to put our stop loss on break even. When we reach that particular target for gold, take some profits, and then we see how we develop. If we come back higher, or if we indeed come back lower. That's the way we usually approach it. I also, by the way, guys, released a video about this particular strategy. It's similar here. Okay, and I'll show exactly which strategy is this. It's a new video release, purposefully for you guys. We're gonna release part 1 and part 2. Okay, part 1 is right here. We released it yesterday. It has a proven 70% win rate. Okay, you can look it up. Live streams. We have done 100 plus trades live here with this strategy. I explain literally all the ins and outs. Part 2 is gonna get released next Monday. I can guarantee you, you will absolutely love it. So watch it. It's on my channel. Just got released yesterday. And I do believe that you can learn a lot from it. Because it works. It works. The managing of the trade, everything is explained here. There we go. Okay. With a massive gap here. This is what we want to see to get filled here for the dollar. USD CAD is interesting still. EUR/USD needs to break levels. We are in the zone right now here. Depending on what the dollar is going to do. Gold. Coming to that 50-minute zone right now. 50-minute area of supply here. This is also an important zone if you do the Fibonacci from here to here. 70.5, 79%. Highly confluential zone. Dean says, I'm new to your channel. I'm hesitant to use overseas brokers, but in order to trade gold, of course, you need to. What broker overseas do you recommend? I work with BlueBerryMarkets. I've been approached by many brokers over the last, of course, 6 months because we're streaming. We're building like an audience. So brokers approach you and so on and so on. They offer you a lot of stuff. But the one that I personally liked was BlueBerryMarkets. Because they're the most honest, transparent, reliable. I was with IC Markets before that. I used IC Markets for a very long time. However, I had some issues with the slippage on IC Markets myself. My own experience right here. Especially during news events. And I trade a lot of news. So that's the reason why I decided to move. Particularly brokers here. Already 212 likes. Wow, crazy. Thank you so much for the support here. You know we're gonna crush it when we're zooming out here. I always keep saying, you guys, we cannot win every single trade. It's impossible. Well, just look at the score, zoom out a little bit, understand the situation. And you should be good. We should be good. So if you like what we do, then please smash that like button. I highly appreciate it. We're truly here to break some records here. We have our designer coming with some epic thumbnails as well. He's an amazing designer. So much love for the community. By the way, we have a big milestone. That's why we're going to do a giveaway today. We're going to give away something very interesting here. Besides the magic keys, we have over 6,000 members in our community. Can you believe it? 6,000 members. We are at 18,000 on YouTube, but 6,000 in Discord, all right? This is where it's all about. US consumer confidence in 1 hour. I think it's going to be lower. Let's see what the expectation is. 109.1. Okay, interesting. Because CPI is, of course, lower than last month. So they expect it to be higher. That's interesting. We're going to be patient here. We're going to wait for that to come out indeed. Nobody says I'm here from 8k subs. Wow. Generally, no other community like this. Hats off, my man. Marek says, I told my boss that I can go to work on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday because Lorenzo is doing a live stream. And he agreed. He should agree, my friend. He should agree. Great, my man. Wow. Okay, we're still above the zone. We are still above this particular level. That imbalance above is right there, which I'm talking about right here. The most important zone is still at the 1 hour here. Okay, this is still the most important zone. At the 102. But right now we're coming back to the equilibrium. Alright, so based on that, we're going to find out exactly where we're going to bounce from. Based on the bounce here, we're going to look for a pullback. We're going to break a high to fill up that imbalance. And that could be the one. All right. So the EUR/USD potential, USD cup potential, depending on where we bounce it from. If that's here, if that's exactly around the equilibrium. And on our lovely gold here at the 2 hour. This is a bigger zone here. Are you from Australia? No, I'm not from Australia. I'm from the Netherlands. How many percent do you risk per trade? Between 0.5 and 2%. Paulita's Way says SMC as in Raya Smart Money Concepts. Are you Christian? I definitely believe in God. Actually, I started to believe in God. I started to become more religious over time. I have my reasons. My reasons for that, yeah. Do you recommend BlueBerryMarkets for new traders with small accounts? Yes. That's one of the main reasons I do this, because I know roughly what the average member in our community, you know, trades with, roughly. I cannot know it exactly, but based on that, we're looking for the right fit. So the question is, when are we gonna go to the 1,000 live viewers, guys? When is the moment here? When is the moment? I think we just need to win. And it will come. I think we need to win. Like, keep our scoreboard up like this. Okay, we're bouncing in that zone right now. We are in a 2-hour or 4-hour area of supply at the particular moment. Strong candle to the upside though. Very strong on the 4-hour here. Do take that in consideration. Wait for the dollar here to react. We have news coming in roughly 1 hour. Okay. Gold is right now in that important zone. So this is something that we want to pay very close attention to right now. Can you say opgepauperd in Dutch? Once you get free, please do the use 30. Okay, we can do that in a second indeed. I wanted to go over the indices with you for sure. Very important, especially for tomorrow. Palitze, my B should be more specific. Earlier in the stream you said trading style is SMC and something else. We have retail trading. So I trade support and resistance as well as trend lines. And I mix it up. You know? Some SMC here. Some basic SMC. Some, you know, liquidity. Some trend lines. Put some oil on the fire. Some liquidity in the mix. You know. Add some correlations from the dollar index, from the currency indices. Look at some fundamental news here. The GDP, inflation, consumer confidence, retail sentiment, SOP or COT data. Understanding the macro support and resistance levels and areas of supply and demand. And narrow it down on the lower time frame and execute a trade. Roughly 3 hours on the pan, on the grill. And that's pretty much it. But I seriously actually, this is actually no joke by the way. I'm laughing about it, but I truly believe that I can provide some serious value to the community or the trading industry here. With the way I personally trade, I do believe this mixture of combining SMC with retail can be very beneficial for a lot of people. I see a lot of people, they're choosing sides. So they're like, you know, no, I'm an SMC trader or an ICT trader. Or no, I'm just a retail trader. I don't like SMC, right? And you have these like two parties battling against each other. What's better? Listen, what if you just mix it up? You formulate it together. You get the best from both. And you have a strategy, right? Okay, we tapped into that zone right now at the moment, at this particular moment first. This is number one. We are forming some resistance at the moment here. The dollar right now is still in that zone. What we are doing is actually building liquidity to the upside. Not really coming down. If we were coming down, we should have come down more aggressively. This is just slowly but steadily, you know, coming down a little bit to build more stop loss and liquidity to the upside. So let's see how we react here. In the meantime, let's go back to gold here, because this is clearly our focus here. Bagas Karaf says 11 p.m. on your time zone, correct? 11 p.m. I live in Bali, Indonesia, for the last 4 years already. 4 years already. Wow. Living in Bali, full-time trader. Started streaming 7 months ago. Okay, gold's making moves here. Apa kabar? Baik. Kamu? Lorenzo, we lost a great opportunity on the USD cut. Not particularly. Yeah, I see your trade set up, but not particularly. We're looking for the long here, and the reason why is because I do not want to counter trade it. I want to see what the dollar is doing here, because we broke a significant structure to the upside here. I think we're just having a small pullback right now. This is what I'm aiming for at this particular moment. So based on that, we're gonna look for the actual bounce. Based on the bounce, we execute our trade. Gold's number one. Nadi says, I live in Lombok. Wow, amazing. You were born in Lombok as well? Corrado, whose meaning is bold in deliberating valiant advisor. How can we increase the RR with your per value gap liquidity strategy? By selling partially and keeping a position open. 25% to be exact. Why did you choose to live in Bali instead of the Netherlands? Well, first of all, Bali has a beautiful weather all year round. You can surf there. You can network there very well. A lot of guys, a lot of expats are living here. It's great for networking. If you work and you make your money online, perfect. You can make it as cheap as you want here, but also as expensive as you want. So it can be extremely expensive. You can live extremely cheap. It depends totally what you prefer. The food is amazing. The culture is amazing. Okay, so based on one of these breaking structures here, we're gonna see. We need to see the dollar bounce. But what we're seeing right now is that we're actually starting to build liquidity to the upside. So I do believe we're going to break. We're going to try to come back up one more time. If we break that high here at 102.260. The euro is still in that zone. USD cut is still coming down here. Let's come down to this zone. This could be an interesting zone for the USD cut, really. This is a 3 hour, I think, 3 hour zone. This is the equilibrium as well. We created a massive chalk. First of all, what we did was we took out the liquidity underneath. We created chalk to the downside first of all. Right here. Took out all the liquidity first. Boom. Came back up as well. This could have been a great entry, by the way. Beautiful trade. Coming up. Coming into that zone. Tapping into the equilibrium. Okay, this is the 50% from the Fibonacci. You can use it. It's very useful. Very beneficial. You come back down. You tap into that zone. Coming back down to that range. And you go for... You look for high targets here. If the dollar shows you that confirmation here. And that's our trade right there. In terms of gold, we are right now in a super important zone for gold. 4 hour area of supply here. Let's see how we react on the lower time frame. Dollar is gonna make a move here. Another one I have been looking at beforehand was, and that is, let me show you guys real quick, the US30. We have been consolidating here pretty much all week already. Since pretty much the last 2 weeks, we have been consolidating here. Doing not much, okay? Well, this is gonna be over. We're gonna make a major move here tomorrow. And my personal expectation is that we're gonna come down here. So potentially faking out to the upside, or actually take some of the liquidity to the upside to reverse to the downside, somewhere like that on the lower, on the 4 hour here. Go for all the liquidity that's built up underneath right now. We have equal lows here. It has not been taken out for a significant amount of time. It's gonna be a matter of time right now before we're gonna take these lows right here. Then another one is right there. Let's zoom in a little bit more. Look at that. Same thing. Equal lows here. Okay. At some point, we're gonna see a reaction. We have seen that reaction already here. If you look on the daily, we tapped into that zone already. Right now, we are here. So yes, be very aware. Tomorrow, we're gonna trade either US30, gold. I have a very close eye on gold here, and the Euro USD. So far, look at the Euro, at this particular moment, look at the Euro USD here. Couple of interesting zones as well to take consideration right now. So let's go back to gold. USD cut, we have an alert set already. So it's definitely the gold chart here. Jackie Rush says, smash that like button not only for Lorenzo, but also for the designer. Appreciate it. Actually, that's my mother. My mother is watching too. Shout out to my mom. She's starting to trade now. So I'm helping her, or we're gonna help her right now with her trading career. Okay, we're gonna break soon. We're gonna go to the upside. Farm is gonna come back anytime here. How old are you, Lorenzo? I'm 29. 29 years old, my friend. Okay, dollar making moves here. Let's go. Let's break the high first. That means that gold's gonna come down. It's still underneath that zone. This is a reaction here. Someone says gold is overbought. Yeah, that's what a lot of big dudes are saying as well. And not big banks or central banks. They're buying gold. They're stacking their gold reserves right now. But a short-term pullback is definitely realistic here. So that's what you're trying to catch right now. You're trying to catch a particular pullback. Dollar gonna break a high. Let's see. Let's see if we can close above. There we go. Again, this was just liquidity building right here. You need to. Otherwise, you cannot move price further. What advice could you give to someone who's 22 years old? My friend, what I realized, and I wasted a lot of time. It's not that I'm extremely old or something like that right now, but I still felt that I wasted a lot of time by doing too many different things. A little bit of this, a little bit of that. Oh, focusing on this, obsessed with this, and then moving to something else, and then I'm obsessed with that. And it's nice to experience yourself and to learn a lot of different things here. But if I had to make the decision, overall, yes, pretty all round right now in my knowledge, right? But I would still go for a particular thing, one particular thing, and put all my focus and effort in that particular thing at that particular moment, and stick with it. This is definitely by far one of the best advice for me that I would tell myself. I mean, everyone is different, obviously. Everyone is different here. Everyone is different. We have that imbalance underneath, by the way. Imbalance is here. Gold is not looking that strong at the moment again. We are coming up. We are holding in this zone. I do like the reaction so far. Not yet, not yet. Took out the liquidity here right now. We have an imbalance above. We are coming closer though. We are coming closer here. Fill me in, how long have you been trading? Around 6 years, and the last 3 years were extremely, the last 3 years were like all in, like super serious. But overall, like 6 years, something like that. 2017. I didn't play the gold song. I think that was the main reason indeed. You're right. I didn't play the gold song. We're gonna make sure that the gold song is ready. But we cannot use it. The problem is you cannot use it right now. It needs to be beneficial here. Otherwise we waste that powerful energy. So we're waiting. We're waiting for that reaction first. Oh, we will get our trade. We will get our trade here. I'm gonna release a bunch of amazing content for you guys. You have literally no idea what kind of strategic content I'm gonna release here on this channel. I was live streaming so much that I didn't focus a lot on the actual video creation. But that's changing. That's changing here. All right. What do you use for music? I use Epidemic Sound. Are you bullish or bearish on gold? I'm a little bit bearish right now in the short term. Just because of the FOMC tomorrow. And because of this guy right here. Baga says, I'm Lorenzo, I'm 2 years in progress, still failing in trades and not being consistent and profitable. Any advice? So, I would love to give you some advice, my friend, but the only thing that I would take consideration, and I need more context from your side. I need to know why you, because most people know why they're failing. That's the whole thing. Most of you guys know why you are failing in trading. Yet, you don't want to change it, right? You know, my friend. You know what, deep inside, you know what kind of mistakes you make here, because you are the one pressing the button. So if you tell me what you think your problem is, then I can look for a solution with you. Okay, USD cut coming to that zone now, guys. USD cut coming to this particular level here. Bro, you are god for the SMC video series you made in V2. It's taken my trading to a level I didn't think I could be in such a short time. Amazing, my friend. Not from this world says over trading, lot size, bet risk management, reward management. Yep. Okay. Over trading. Now find a strategy that you can use which is related, for example, to market open. The market open in general. I have done this for a long time. I was over trading for a while as well. What did I do? I said to myself, or I'm going for 1 or 2 trades a day, that's it. If I lose, I lose, and I'm not going to trade for the day. You make a rule for yourself. Very simple. Number 2 is you just say, okay, I'm only going to trade the London and New York Open. And I'm going to use this particular tool, which is the Asian session range. And I'm going to look literally at the Asian high, the London low right now. The moment the market opens, I'm going to bet if the US dollar is going to take out the London high or the London low. And you're in the middle, okay, boom. I'm going to go for the London high, let's say. Right, for example. or London low, whatever it is, based on your data. That's something that you can take into consideration here. It helped me tremendously. Okay, USD cut, our alert is set here. The moment we are in that zone, I need to put it a little bit lower. This could be our next trade. USD cut. Yeah, there's nothing spectacular here. We need to wait for sure. There's no need to, yeah, EUR/USD is definitely a waiter. The next one that you can look for as well. I'm looking at GJ here. Let me see. We're tapping into a zone right here. A lot of people are short right now on GJ. Lots of liquidity is taken out here. And a lot of people are short on GJ, so I'm looking looking for the opposite actually. And I'll tell you exactly why. So first of all, GJ right here. We need to compare the British pound here against the Japanese yen a little bit. From a fundamental standpoint first of all. So for example, we have the British pound with a 3.5% interest rate against the Japanese yen with a 0 or minus 0.1%. That's okay. We know why the Japanese yen is doing that. They don't care about their own currency anymore. They're just using all their capital to buy US treasury bonds. Okay? They're dumping them on the market. This is what keeps their currency alive. So they use a completely different approach here. Inflation is only 4% though on the Japanese yen right now compared to the 10.5% of the British pound. But there's something very important here. If the dollar goes up right now and decides to move further up, during the FOMC tomorrow especially, Japanese yen is going to skydive to the downside. Okay? What's going to do that? It's going to give us a massive impulse for the British pound against the Japanese yen. And because a lot of people right now are short, okay, we're going to see something very, very interesting here. So we keep a close eye on the British pound. Yeah, especially the British pound against Japanese yen. Potentially looking for long here. Let's see how we react first of all.
Sometimes it be like that. I wish it wouldn't be like Imagine just a day in the life. Might slide on ya, I ain't staying the night. I ain't pick cards, I'm just playing them right. Photo shoot tomorrow, they gon' pay for the flight. Amazing the height, I'm able to.
Keanu Reeves says, so far the Forex fodder pick you put up there is sick. Oh, you have no idea what you're gonna see, man. In a couple of days here. We're gonna see a whole art collection, my friend. I should create NFTs and give them away for free. Are you gonna wait for confirmation? I think we're gonna wait for confirmation. Yeah, I just want to highlight this. This is the trade. This is the trade I'm looking for here. Coming back to the equilibrium right now after the change character to the upside. Coming back down. Waiting for confirmation. Definitely gonna look for yeah, 2 different zones. What do I want to see? I think there are clear targets here for the Canadian dollar as well. US dollar, Canadian dollar here. We have been looking at it for a long time. So much liquidity built up here. We just need the confirmation from the dollar. Overall, that will give us a beautiful beautiful reaction here. What platform do you use to trade? MT4. I just analyze charts in TradingView, but we execute our trades at MT4. EU is nice. Clearly check EU. Yes. Let's have a look at EU, my friends. We're building liquidity to the downside. You're correct. You're correct. You guys are absolutely correct here. Absolutely. Massive imbalance underneath as well. Okay. Underneath the zone. Waiting for that bounce from the dollar till we can break it. It would be fantastic if we create a lower high. Then come down. It would be absolutely amazing. Why? Risk to reward. The risk to reward here. Okay. Overall, great setup. Absolutely. This is a textbook. How do you find the fair value gap when the candles are not connected with each other? Usually we're seeing something happening like wicks connecting with each other here. Okay. Yeah, this is typical liquidity building here. A lot of stop losses are underneath, and with that fair value gap right there, we had that whole reaction. We started to build up liquidity, and now we're breaking structure to the downside. So what do you want to see? You want to break this low, first of all. Dollar is still holding at this particular level. Okay, this is important. This is the high. this will be the exact choice here. So the moment we break that high, you will see euro breaking the low here and closing below. So let's see. Need to break above it.
Sometimes it be like that. I wish it wouldn't be like that. But sometimes it be like that. I wish it wouldn't be like that. But sometimes it... Look.
Are you waiting for the retest? Let's see. Right now, I think it's better to wait for a closure, because the dollar need to break a high first. We have not created a higher high since up here. Okay, so we want to see a higher high right now. This is a structure. This is a real structure here. So coming down all the way, coming up, and then breaking the high. That's a good sign here. That gives us a strong low here. Then we can wait for either the retest for the continuation, or we get triggered into our position of the EUR/USD. And we trade this particularly here. We have an imbalance to be filled up here. That could be a nice target, for example. We are looking like we want to come down right now with the euro, and the dollar will come up. Of course, there's a 57.6% negative correlation. That means that you look for the trade setup. Stop loss above the high. Going for that imbalance underneath. That's the whole idea here. As soon as you break a zone important level, you go and you put your stop loss on break even. You have multiple zones here that you can take consideration. Now we have broken it. That's the trigger here. You wait for that reaction. Now the dollar has created a higher high. This is a good first sign here. The USD cut is our next one here, but we are not there yet. We need to wait for that reaction. So let's stick with the euro here for now. Done. That's it. It broke the high. You get triggered into your position because it broke the high here. Stop loss on break even right now, and you take some profits here. That's it. You can take the rest all the way down here till the fair value gap underneath, filling up that gap right there. When the dollar is coming to fill up that gap, what we're doing right now. So stop loss should be on break even if you triggered into your position here. That's what you want to see right now. That particular move. This is the trade setups we're looking for, guys. This was the trade again. We're looking for a gold as well, but yeah, this is the EUR/USD. So we took some profits already. Keep the rest open. That's the only thing that we're looking for. Stopped out? Okay, look for a new trade setup. Done. Sometimes you get stopped out on break even with your remaining position. Sometimes it keeps going to the downside. On average, we're making sure that we have a nice net return here. Dollar coming down towards the zone. Let's see if we can test and tap into this range. That would be amazing. If we can retest and continue. If we hold here right now and we hold at this zone, and you could re-enter potentially, maybe could actually add on to your position if because the target is still the same. But we need to hold here and we need to come and break that high. That's important for the dollar. That it continues the momentum here. What's with my entry? 8,510. Oh, a little bit higher. Wow, it was very close. That was very close. So where did we took some profits? 460.
Sometimes it be like that. I wish it wouldn't be like that. But sometimes it be like that. I wish it wouldn't be like that. But sometimes it look. Life of a legend, just a day in the life.
Okay. So we got stopped out on break even with our remaining position. At least we made some money here. That's great. That's why at the moment you break a low, you want to put your stop loss on break even here. We have this zone right now, I see that. But at the same time, I want the dollar to come back down a little bit more now. At least one of these levels. Some of them. You have this one right here. We have created a higher high, so this is a good sign. A higher high is created. It came exactly towards this fair value gap. That's why it was so important to take some profits here. The fair value gap or the equilibrium is right here. We have 3 different zones. Number 1 is done. Number 2 and 3. And you look for the re-entry. You look for a new structure break. The overall setup is still there. The overall fair value gap underneath is still there. So that reaction is still there overall. Oh, I need to put my watermark here. Thank you for letting me know, my friend. The Forex education process. Officially tomorrow, the FOMC meeting will create a downtrend on gold with at least 300 plus. Let's see. Who knows? I do believe so. Yeah, I do believe that gold can come down here. Very vulnerable on the downside right now for gold here. Very, very vulnerable here. Okay? Tapped into that area of supply. Look at that. Fair value gap underneath. That's the target here. The dollar is making that move. It's still eventually held in that zone. Very interesting, I have to say. Very, very interesting right here. Did it create a lower low? Almost. Almost created a lower low. Fair value gap is underneath. We are still holding. Of course we're holding here because this is an area of demand right now. We are in an area of demand. But that's why if you break this low... amazing. 108.45... 450, that fair value gap is underneath there. Yeah, news is coming very closely. With 50 minutes left here for the consumer confidence. We're gonna see some. We're gonna see a move. However, I do not expect a massive reaction. Well, we're gonna see a reaction for sure. But we're preparing for tomorrow. Do take that into consideration here.
you waiting on a white man in a call back. They ain't give it to us, we took it, now what you call that? 30 hours, 5 songs, I'm a hit maker. Fucking with the God body, you a risk taker. I'm overseas, you a overtime shift taker. All build up, no action, these niggas cliffhangers. I quit stressing, I'm living my best life now. I can't fuck with these hoes, only my wife now. I leave the crib and she waiting there in the nightgown. Fuck all of these haters, this wave making a lifestyle. Quarter ounce of cookies making crypto plays. Higher platform like a disco phase. With my same niggas from the
I would love to send you a chart. It's 1000% clear for the long downtrend. For gold, this only means US dollar will be stronger against Canadian dollar and other pairs. So sells are in for coming weeks. This is what I'm looking for too. We are aligned, man. I do look at a lot of liquidity built up above the dollar, underneath the euro, gold, GU, AU. A lot of pairs have been building up. So much liquidity. We're just waiting for a strong move right now. Okay, we broke it. We didn't close underneath it. Would be better if we closed actually underneath that zone. That would be way, way, way better. Dollar is of course in this zone right now. Or coming close to that zone here. One of the main reasons. Okay, that's why. Okay, the euro probably will get stopped out on break even on the rest here. Overall, we made around 0.4%. Not massive, but yeah. Let's see how we develop here. Lion King boring. All right, my man. Have a great day. Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, we're gonna look for a new entry here. Done. Next trade. USD cut coming close to this zone here. Do you trade with your own account? I have multiple accounts, my man. Okay, we have news coming, guys. We have news coming 10 minutes from now. Super important. The dollar at this specific moment here is actually in a range here. If you zoom out a little bit, we're still ranging. We maybe have been coming up, coming down, and so on the lower time frame, but overall we have been ranging here. The most of the imbalance is definitely built up above here. We have some equal highs sitting here for the dollar as well. We created and took out all the liquidity already beforehand underneath. Coming back up. Tapping into this zone right now. If you zoom in. What do we see here? We tapped into this zone. This is gonna get interesting. This is gonna be very good. The EUR/USD is definitely by far looking the weakest here. Nobody says gold is gonna come down after the pivot. Let's see. Nabu says gold. Siad says gold. Yeah, gold is pumping. Let's go over gold indeed. Gold broke through all the structures here. So far invalidated here. We're coming still into that zone. We are still in a couple of very important zones. Yeah, we come back to this whole area of consolidation right now. So we have news coming, guys. Keep that in mind. We have news coming. In 5 minutes. 7 minutes from now. Do take that in consideration here. So we have the 1 minute. Consumer confidence. The expectation is a little bit higher than the previous month. All right. If it's higher, if it's actually higher or the same as expected right now, because it is higher than last month, I think the dollar will push up. Pairs like gold, EUR/USD will push down. If it's lower, we're gonna see, of course, the reversal. Five minutes. Let me know where you guys gonna focus on. You guys gonna focus on the euro against the US dollar or gold? If you could choose here right now, which one are you interested in? EUR/USD or gold? Let me know. Many of you guys says gold. EU. Gold for sure. Okay. In that case, understand right now that there is a lot of liquidity built up. We have been building liquidity here for gold on the lower time frame. We have been building this this beautiful trend here. Stop loss are built up underneath here. Dollar broke structure to the upside already. Wants to come down a little bit. We have this zone as well. This could push the price of gold a little bit up further. We have 5 minutes left. EUR/USD. Love you guys pick gold here. Some of you guys picked the USD cut. We are also in the USD cut. Look at the zone. This is the area for the USD cut here. This is exactly the zone. We're coming back to the equilibrium right now. 30 minute. We are tapping into that range. We are here on the 5 minute here right now. We are kind of bouncing from it a little bit here. Interesting. USD cut. EUR/USD. EUR/USD and gold here. A lot of resistance right now for the euro. Do take that into consideration. I'm tempted to re-enter on the EUR/USD. during the news here. Gold as well, potentially. Let's see how we react. Because why? Well, if you look at it from this perspective. We are in this crucial zone right now. In this area of consolidation here. This whole range. If you look at there and you draw the the fixed range volume profile. We are right now in the point of control. Okay, the point of control is exactly where we at right now. The point of control is this whole range, this whole area. This is where the most volume has been traded. So what can you expect when you think about the most volume traded there? Usually that indicates potentially that there is a lot of resistance around the point of control. Or support, depending where you're at. So in this case, we are right now already getting rejected slightly here. At the same time, we're building a beautiful trend right now. Building some liquidity to the downside as well. I'm not saying that we have to wait for the news. We have no idea here. But if I would trade and I would make a decision, I would definitely go for that particular bias here. USD cut. Later. Let's see how the USD cut responds. Put an alert there. 2 more minutes left. EURjpy is looking relatively weak. I do like it. Gold is looking... It seems to look stronger, but we are at the point of control right now. We are building a solid trend right here. Potentially something that we could break. I would love to see it getting broken here. Very, very interesting. So yes, you can look for that these particular setups right here. Let's see what the news is gonna say here. Consumer confidence, ladies and gentlemen, coming out in 1 minute from now. We need our gold song. Consumer confidence, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully it's bullish for the dollar. That's what we want to see. If not, we stay out. We stay out of the market, in my opinion here. We're gonna wait. Let's see what the reaction is. No idea. It's bearish. It's bearish. Be careful. Be careful right now. Do not look for a trade right here at this particular moment. Be very careful here. Tomorrow is a big day. Be very aware here. Tomorrow is the big day. All right. Consumer confidence was negative. Makes sense as well, by the way. Retail sales are stagnating. Consumer confidence is going down. Funny that they expected it to be higher. That's quite interesting here. On the other hand, I do not expect a major move, to be honest. A major reaction here. Maybe a little bit. But nothing what you're going to see tomorrow. USD cut is actually not reacting whatsoever. Look at that. We're seeing a reaction here. We came back up. Overall, it's holding very strong. That's overall a pretty good sign here. Which calendar, news calendar you watch? I use 2 of them. I use Forex Factory and investing.com. Well, good that we made some money out of EU here. Volume is not really like going. It's not increasing that much. It's like yes, it's going up, but it's not really like spectacular here, guys. Do not get fooled by the news here for today, because I do not expect that much coming from this particularly. Right here. I think tomorrow we're gonna reverse here. EURUSD is definitely on my radar still. Due to the fact that this reaction was very, very mild. I do not like this whatsoever. I'm not impressed whatsoever here with the particular news for the EURUSD. There we go. Gold is reacting indeed a little bit. But the EURUSD is looking way weaker, guys, in my opinion here. EURUSD is more interesting for me right now. Look at the chart here. We have some imbalance to be filled up underneath. We took out the lows. It was kind of a sweep right here. This is kind of an area of support pretty much a support level here, you could say. Let's say we close underneath, which we haven't done yet on the first 15 minute. Gonna be way more bearish as well here. Overall, I'm not impressed with the reaction. Not impressed whatsoever. Bitcoin, yes. However, tomorrow Bitcoin is going to be... we're going to talk about somebody. I'm going to bring a guest on in a couple of minutes. 20 minutes from now. A very important guest. He's going to talk about crypto and how you can make a lot of money right now in the crypto market. Okay? Very important guy. Trust me. You will absolutely love it. Maybe you're just a Forex trader and maybe it's not intriguing for you, but trust me. It's just super important to understand where we are heading towards, what's actually happening in the crypto space right now, because there is still so much potential if you know what you're doing. And that's the biggest difference here. So yes, you will absolutely love it. He has been crushing it. Overall, I think we're building liquidity, more liquidity to the downside, guys, truly. So we took our money here. We are tapping into that zone here now, finally. Want to see this getting broken. Dollar is still coming up. It still holds in this particular zone. I thought consumer confidence was bad, while the dollar is holding so well. Which platform is good for crypto trading? You can trade, you know, even an MT4 if you want. You can trade Bitcoin, crypto usually. But also on just a regular exchange. I personally prefer to only trade on exchanges. Futures, if it's crypto. So, decent reaction. I'm going to stick with our buys, guys. I'm not going to change it right now. Yes, we saw an initial move here. Overall, I'm not impressed. Let's go back to gold right now. According to your strategy, which time frame order blocks do you capitalize on? It totally depends which... I do not have one particular time frame, my friend. I always never really recommend to use only one time frame either. Just look at where the candles are. Look at which particular candles make sense here. That helped me tremendously here by looking at that particular reaction so far. So I tend to go short here on the euro. I think the euro is very weak at this particular moment. It's just not looking that strong right now. Yeah, I'm gonna go short on the euro USD. That was the trigger. I'm gonna go short in the euro USD, guys. I want to see this gap getting filled completely here. Coming to the downside. If you close below that wick as well, very good. Kind of a fake move we've seen here today with the news coming out to then potentially move price and maybe induce more people to go long. But yeah, we do not trust that. Obviously, we do not trust that here. So this gap I want to see getting filled here. A lot of stop loss are getting hit. Usually this holds so far relatively well. I have to say every single time we get to this point we're getting bought up. But besides that, because of this particular zone actually, we're tapping into that zone here. A lot of orders are getting filled up, but it still then pushes down. Leaves us right now almost with this equal lows here. Gold. Yes, gold broke the first level here. Super important. The dollar is breaking the highs. With these equal highs, there are a lot of imbalance to be filled up here. I'm starting to become very, definitely start to become very bearish right now for these particular either gold potentially. But I need to see a 5-minute break and then the Euro USD. That's it. Boom. Done. USD cut coming up right now as well, guys. Keep that in consideration. So we actually held into the zone beautifully. Look at that. Fantastic reaction. We're breaking the highs right now. Couple of settles we need to take consideration here. Gold has still a way to go. Let's put an alert on gold underneath. But it was just a fake out. We went up here. We tapped into that zone. Eventually we came down here. Consumer confidence was negative. Everyone went long. They're now getting stopped out here. That's exactly what we're looking for. Okay, fantastic. Trade setup for the USD cut, coming down, waiting for a potential reaction. Breaking the highs, closing above it first. Then tapping into that zone 2 minute. This candle. And then look for the continuation here. The dollar has done the same thing. We have now the zone right here for the dollar. So this could align very well with the USD cut. Euro USD is making big moves to the downside. Finally, guys, amazing. We are back on track here. Completely. Do not trust the news, guys. This is the best advice that I can give you here. Do not trust it. Well, we're gonna sell 50% of the euro right here. 50% of the euro right now. Stop loss and break even here. And we are done. Fantastic. EUR/USD. Why do I take profits? Why not? Why not, right? Okay, with this closure right now, if you then we are back on track. We are in the plus again. Let's see what my other portfolio is doing as well. Let me check real quick. I actually have a trade copy here right now. Let's see. There we go. Okay. Dollar coming down to that zone would be great. That will be the USD cut here, tapping into this zone right now. USD cut is also interesting. Keep in mind we have a lot of potential here. We have created again pretty much the highs here. We just want to see a reaction right now into one of these zones while the dollar is coming into this zone, potentially holding here. After breaking this massive high here, we're still in the middle of pretty much nowhere. We have this particular zone. So let's see how we react overall. Monkey says, hi all, hope the trading is going well. Just saw the consumer news actually, with it being lower than the time. Should the dollar not be bearish? Yeah, this is a #1 trap people fall for. People think every single time that when news is bullish, the dollar should go up here. Or the other way around, when news is bearish, that the dollar should go down. This is not always the case, guys. This is not always the case here, okay? There are multiple things that we can do here, but especially the reason why usually it can change. And the reason why I'm saying that is because when there is more news during multiple situations, we have multiple events in 1 week that are important. Like these interest rates, like FOMC, CPI, PPI. When we see this, we have to understand that sometimes they manipulate price into one direction to then reverse it to the other side on a particular event here. So news can also be a fantastic way to trap a lot of people. So you should think from a very technical standpoint as well. Like, what is the chart actually telling me here? But we don't fall for it. We do not fall for this layout here, or layoff here. Dollar dropping, tapping into that zone. Let's see how we react. We are still not here where we want to be. And that is here. At the 102.4. This is where we want to see the dollar go to. Lorenzo, do you follow ICT? I get this question all the time. And of course I do, yes. I like him a lot. But I also like support and resistance, and you know, trend lines as well. So I like retail trading as well. So I like both, and I feel that I use both. And for me, it helped me more beneficial. Like truly, again, I'm gonna repeat it again. People are so obsessed with, oh, I'm an SMC trader, so I can't trade support resistors now. It goes against the trader I am. Well, you're gonna miss out, my friend. You are gonna miss out. Why are you not looking at all the data, all the strategies, different types of styles, trying to combine it, create your own hybrid version of it that works for you, and succeed in that? This is definitely what we have been doing here. Okay, so that's done with the USD cut here. We're waiting for the new reaction. Invalidated for the USD cut. The EUR/USD, what's happening with the EUR/USD? I think we are stopped out on break even again. So we made our money. We cashed out 50%. Again, 0.5%. So we made like 1% here. We lost 0.5. So we're up a little bit. What we are looking for right now is the continuation again. So we're looking again for the continuation here. We're looking for the dollar to come back down here. And this is what we're going to do. We're going to scrape the market in profits. We're paying us out. Most importantly, let's imagine that I did not either put myself on break even, or let's imagine that I didn't take profits right now. That's not how it works, right? You see it constantly, especially in a ranging market. We are still in a ranging market here. This is a ranging market. You know, this is a ranging market right here. Euro/USD. Overall ranging. The only thing that's really trending right now at this particular moment is gold. But it's trending in one direction as well. So yes. Profits are taken. Money has been made. Overall, these two trades from EU formulated one trade, so it's all good. Today, not really, and I expected this, guys. Let's be honest here. I expected this behavior for today. So the fact that we are still making some money here is good, even with that first loss included. Understand that we have the FOMC tomorrow. Understand that it's super important. That this is one of the most important events of the month, in this case. Maybe even of the first quarter. Why? Because it's the first FOMC meeting of the year. This determines the bias for the next couple of months, for sure. This meeting. Right, the FOMC statement, the federal funds rate, the press conference, the Bank of England report, ECB press conference, all on pretty much the same. Okay, pretty much the euro and the USD. So the euro and the British pound later, a day later here. And then Friday, guys, we have the non-farm employment, the NFP. Okay. So it's all extremely important. So yeah, the market is exactly what I expected from it. Okay? It's exactly what I expected to do. Always taking profits helps with emotions, absolutely. And trust me, people think that like not taking profits is not good here. Well, actually, it's for me personally. It was for me the game changer when trading. Not being greedy gave me more profits every single month consistently. This is what I want to be. And also for you guys, I think it's super important that if you follow a trader, you want to see a consistent trader, and it doesn't mean he cannot lose. Of course, he's gonna lose trades. That's not how the game works. But you want to see a consistent trader. This is what I want to teach you as well. How you can become consistent. How you're going to have amazing days. How you're going to have maybe a little bit less days. But overall, you're going to be an extremely consistent trader. This is what I want to do. And what I want to actually explain you guys pretty much every single stream. Because you're gonna make money, and trust me, if I can get you to become actually consistent here, then understand that that's for you the game change, because then you're suddenly now making 5-10% every single month. Let's say you're funded. Oh wow, more capital coming your way. You're consistent. Nobody cares about 200%, 300%. I mean, it's cool, right? It sounds amazing. It's nice on YouTube. When I create these videos, perfect, fantastic. Massive, massive reaction. Flipping my account from this to this, amazing. But if we're truly looking to the core essence of you becoming a better trader, then consistency comes first, because the money will follow. How many hours are you looking for? It depends on the setup. I trade 5 hour setups, 10 hour setups. I trade 1 hour setups. It just depends on the setup that I see. So very important, who is trading crypto here as well? Who is trading Bitcoin? Who is interested in Bitcoin in general? Because we're going to see something very interesting happening with the cryptocurrency market. I want you to be fully prepared as well, because we're leaving a lot of money on the table here. Harley says, yes, I trade crypto. Soulcatcher says, me. What do you think the direction of the FOMC will be? The monetary policy statement is, I think, is going to be 25 basis points. However, it's not about the basis points or the increase. It's about the tonality of Jerome. Is he going to be aggressive? Is he going to be passive aggressive? Or is he going to be passive? This is what I want to try and figure out here. Don't trade it, Mas, but I'm still interested. Okay, we're going to have a special guest on in a couple of minutes, guys. Trust me. He knows a lot about cryptocurrency, about what's happening in the market. He has his own community as well. He has been crushing it. We're going to do a little interview with him. Also understand, or at least trying to figure out here, you know, what is actually happening with the Bitcoin prices now. Because right now, while we're waiting for our new trade, I'm going to keep a close eye on the USD cut, by the way. USD cut is our priority here. Okay, number 1. Number 2 is, again, the EUR/USD. Waiting for that reaction, waiting for another double top creation. Somewhat of a new reaction to the upside here. Coming back into that zone. To then getting sold off, or at least look for a new setup here to the downside. Potentially, that's number 1. Then the other one is, we are tapping into an area of demand right now for GJ. Okay, I want to keep a very close eye on GJ. We are actually bouncing from it. Look at this particular candle. If we close a 1 hour candle like this, we're going to look for a new trade setup as well for GJ. Trust me, I've been looking at this one for a while. This is definitely on my radar. Everyone is short here on GJ. I'm looking at something very interesting here. A lot of liquidity has been built up here towards the downside as well. So GJ is also something that I'm looking for at this particular moment. This could be an amazing, amazing trade setup in general right now as well. Okay, do take that in consideration. But what about the Bitcoin price? Because many of you guys also have been talking about me. Okay, Lorenzo, what is the Bitcoin price doing? We have been literally consolidating right now here. We have this particular zone, and I have my personal thesis here. I actually shared this on Twitter. We're going to do a giveaway also after this interview or this conversation here with our guest. But what is happening with crypto right now? Because every single Saturday we saw a massive pump until last Saturday. This was a Saturday right here. We saw a massive reaction to the upside. This was a Saturday right here. Massive reaction to the upside. Now we're tapping into that zone. Look at that candle here. This was on the weekly. Sorry, the 2 daily, I believe. 2 daily. Not even the 2 daily. We are at the 8 hour chart here. What are we doing right now with crypto? Are we going to make a massive move up or are we going to come back down here? What do you guys think? I would love to know what your opinion is on the Bitcoin price here, because we're going to have an actual interview in a matter of minutes here. So do take that into consideration. In the meantime, guys, look at the USD cut here, look at GJ. We're gonna see a bounce right now as well. So while we're having a conversation, we are still looking for a trade setup. So if something happens or something interesting comes up here, we are gonna trade regardless. Do take that into consideration here. We look at the USD cut right now still. Waiting for some significant move here. We are making a move here right now. I like what we see here. There we go. Fantastic. Dollar index is going up. Yes, we are still holding above that zone here. We are making moves right now. We're starting to look very, very good. Okay, even though we're going to face some resistance right now at this particular moment, this is what we have been waiting for. This is a great reaction. It's a very solid structure we're building. At the same time, it's very condensed. That means that the orders are relatively, the volume is actually there. So this is definitely something that we're seeing here. But I think it's time, guys. Before we start, and our closest trade right now is for sure GJ. I'm going to keep guys up there. I'm going to put an alert here. Trust me. GJ is definitely on our radar. We have been taking out tremendous amount of liquidity. We have been tapping into this 30-minute area of demand. And we're right now creating a fantastic candle here. And we have this closure literally on the 1 minute right now. If we close this way, fantastic. And we break structure to the upside, we will long GJ as well at this particular moment here. But for now, I think it's time. I do believe it's time. Give me a couple minutes right now. I'm going to get a drink real quick. We are going to get ready. Because this is definitely worth a, by the way, worth a trade setup as well. But we're going to introduce you guys to a very special person. Looking forward to have somebody on again. It's been a while since we had a guest on our show. And therefore, we're going to make it a good one as well. There we go. This is exactly what we're looking for right now. GJ is actually making a move. Wait for a closure above, of course, before we are going to go long here on GJ. We have been taking out so much liquidity right now to the downside. And we're forming a fantastic candle here. But for now, it's time for me while we're waiting for this particular trade to also play out in the meantime, to talk about something very important, okay? Because we want to know exactly what is going to happen with the Bitcoin price right now, because there was so much speculation happening. Is the actual bull run starting? Is this now the new rally? Is it time for, you know, a preparation here? A lot of FOMO, a lot of degens coming into the market as well. So I don't know what's going to happen here. I have my own particular thesis, but I think it's better to introduce somebody that is actually, you know, that really puts in a lot of effort, a lot of work in the crypto space, and not just Bitcoin, but also in general, in a lot of other facets in that particular industry here. So what are we going to do right now? We're going to figure out what's going to happen. And most importantly, the reason why I wanted to do it today is because we have the FOMC meeting tomorrow. So I hope you guys are ready. So let's get ready for a fantastic introduction here. Let me come on. Let me arrange this right now here. We have Uncle Jerome first. Sorry, I had to do this real quick. Very, very important. Uncle Jerome, again. All right. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to a fantastic conversation. We have our man, Connor Sellis here from Crypto Empire. He has been building a fantastic community over the last year here. Absolutely amazing. I need to make sure that our audio is right there as well. This should be...
okay, there we go.
There we go. What's happening, my man, Connor? Perfect. How are you, my friend?
I'm doing great. How are you, Lorenzo?
Hey, it's fantastic to have you back on the show. I remember you were one of our first guests on the show when we started streaming a couple months ago. A lot of things are happening right now in the market. A lot of things are going on at the moment.
That's right. It's a very exciting time to be in cryptocurrency. And I've been watching your stream the whole time. I've been waiting to get up here and discuss what I think is going to be happening next, because obviously tomorrow's FOMC. We have had a face-ripping rally to the upside from the start of January. February starts tomorrow, new month. So with the first day of the month, the monthly opening candle, a lot of craziness typically happens. So I'm looking forward to discussing what is going to possibly be playing out here over the next few days and my vision of where the crypto market is going over the longer term here.
Absolutely. And just to get started here, you are already involved in crypto for a very, very long time. You have your own channel. It's called Crypto Empire, where you give daily advice. You post daily videos talking about the cryptocurrency market, but not only about Bitcoin, right? You're talking about a lot of stuff. I think we're going to get there a little later on.
Absolutely.
So,
yes,
my man.
That's correct. A lot of altcoins. Yep.
So what is happening with the Bitcoin price right now? Why did we saw that rally? We came back down. Everyone was like, we're going to see Bitcoin dropping to 12K. Eventually decided to come all the way down to 23, almost $24,000 right now. What has happened? What has happened or what was the potential cause from this particular move?
So everybody wants a theory of why something happened, right? But if we just look at the charts and previous data, and with cryptocurrency, it's very interesting because we have the 4-year block halving cycle for Bitcoin. And that 4-year cycle is so oddly accurate every 4 years. So essentially, we just entered into a new phase of the market called crypto spring, right? Crypto has seasons. It has the winter season of the brutal bear market. Spring is when things start to pick up, right? The leaves start to turn green again. The leaves are starting growing on the trees. And then summer is the full-on raging bull market. So right now, winter just ended, and I actually want to show you a presentation that I created going over kind of the block halving rewards and the specific Bitcoin block times, literally consistently over the past 3 cycles, the 4-year cycles over the past, since 2013 or so. As soon as we hit a certain block time in the 4-year cycle, things just start to pump. And that happened on January 9th of this year. So weird how it always happens on the same exact kind of block times, but that's what happened. And liquidity is coming back into the market. And yeah, I have a lot to talk about, so I'll kind of just let you continue to ask questions, but
Absolutely,
A lot
absolutely.
to
I
go off
cannot
here.
wait to go over your charts as well to see exactly your possible scenarios here. But let's talk about the actual macro economy real quick, because there was always a very strong correlation between, for example, the indices like the Nasdaq and Bitcoin price, or kind of a correlation with gold as well, and a negative correlation with the dollar. So
Right.
if we then look at the actual expectation, I see a lot of guys talking about potential more downside potential for the S&P 500, the Nasdaq, the Dow Jones, and so on and so on. They expect a further decline or actual recession. Like, how do you think this will then affect the Bitcoin price?
So if stocks continue to drop and they get rejected from the crazy trend line that we are at right now, we actually flipped now to support again. But if for some reason we retrace and we start to drop, it's not going to be great for Bitcoin. But there will come a point in time where crypto decorrelates from the stock market. Is that going to be this year? I don't know. Will it be next year? I don't know. I don't have a crystal ball. But I know there will come a point in time when crypto does decorrelate. For now, it is still correlated, and it's definitely inversely correlated to the dollar still. But with that being said, we've seen that correlation weaken. We've seen Bitcoin pump while the dollar is also marching upwards. Now, I think the bottom is in for crypto. I'll leave it in like that. I've said that the bottom is in now from around the beginning of January, very early January. I became a full-on bull. And also, I think stocks are going to continue to go higher here. So I'm bullish on everything right now, and I can give my reasons why, but I don't want to just shoot everything at once. So we'll continue on.
Absolutely. So in the Forex industry, we know that a lot of guys are extremely focused on news, right? They're very aware of what's actually happening, like the CPI, the FOMC meeting, the interest rate, and so on and so on. Is the cryptocurrency community or that particular industry, are the people involved also very aware of the traditional market? And if so, how are they then acting towards that news particularly?
Yeah, so definitely the crypto community is very aware of the major news events like FOMC, CPI. Really, those are the main two. And this year, I think the narrative is going to switch from, because last year it was all inflation, inflation, inflation. I think employment is going to be a big narrative for the economy this year. So the crypto community, most definitely, us traders, like, we're very aware of the news because that has implied volatility come into the market. So you need to be aware of those events. And of course, tomorrow's FOMC, we're expecting a 25 basis point rate hike. I think if we get that, it's going to be bullish for the markets, especially crypto. Of course, we're going to see some major volatility in both directions, but the path of least resistance is up.
Okay. Very, very interesting. I would love to see your chart and your just overall view on this particular market here. And then we can talk about some other very, very interesting projects.
Yes, let's go.
Guys, in the meantime, if you have any further questions also for Connor, please drop it here in the chat. I'm going to make sure that at the end of the stream, we're going to talk about, or at the end of this particular interview, we come back with a couple of questions as well from the audience.
Just let me know when my screen is being shared.
Sure.
Cool. Thank you.
Dylan says, I'm bullish on Solana. Monitoring your thought. I think we're going to go over that in a second as well. A couple of other particular charts here.
Definitely. We'll look at some altcoins.
Yeah.
I love charting altcoins, especially on stream. So definitely.
Okay, I cannot see your screen yet. So let's see if...
Okay.
Jamie says, would love to hear your opinion on Cardano. Felix says, are you not afraid of the fade crypto with the introduction of the CNBC? Okay, interesting question.
We can talk about a lot of stuff here for sure. We're still waiting on the screen share, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, got it.
Is it working or
Let me see if am I able to do it? Okay, here we go. You let me if you can see. Let me
fantastic?
know if
Yes.
you can see now.
Let me know if you guys can see it here.
Okay, perfect.
Perfect.
So let's go over the Bitcoin chart to start things off. So I will start out. Let's start zoomed out and we'll zoom our way in here. So we will grab our Coinbase Bitcoin chart on the weekly time frame here. So weekly is very interesting. This is a log scale chart for anybody wondering. As we zoom in, I'll take it off the log scale. But as you see, I have my trend line here on the chart. I've connected it to the all-time high at 69K, connected it over here to the top in March, early April 2022 at 48K. And what happened after those 2 points of touching earlier in the previous year, we just broke out above that trend line. All right, so it's a major weekly trend line break. You can look at any algorithmic indicator, right? They're all kind of flashing bull right now for obvious reasons, because we just broke some major resistance levels and we went vertical from $16,000 essentially. Now with FOMC tomorrow, as I said, I do believe that the bottom is in here, but that doesn't mean we can't drop lower, of course. So on my screen here, we're looking at Bitcoin on the 2-hour time frame. And we have been going sideways for over 1 week now, right? Over 1 week, we've been in this trading range. As you can see, 10 days and 14 hours. We have been going sideways above $22,500. Now, I'm not expecting any crazy pumps before FOMC, which is at 2:30 p.m. tomorrow Eastern Standard Time. So about 28 hours or so until FOMC. So as you see on my screen, I have a scalp short on Bitcoin right now. I'm just playing the fact that I don't see it breaking this wick, and that takes place at $23,560. All right, so I am just going for a little bit of a scalp here, saying that Bitcoin is going to get rejected from this drop supply level. Also, some clear resistance horizontally taking place at this level. So we'll see what happens. And I have this. This right here. Focus your eyes on the left side of the screen. I know you guys like to trade supply and demand as well. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to drop this to a 15-minute chart, and we're going to dig in to this demand zone that has been tested multiple times here. Right. So we have a rally, few basing candles, and another rally out here. And Bitcoin has respected this demand level 1 time, 2 times, 3 times, and more recently, for a 4th time. This was yesterday. All right, so the more times the demand level gets tested, support level, right? Same thing with supply or resistance level, the weaker it does get. So I am anticipating before FOMC, I see this taking place before the FOMC meeting, a drop back down into this demand level. Possibly we go lower to this previous structure over here around 20,000 to 21K. Possibly we get back there. But for this little trade I have going on right now, I'm just looking for a move back into this demand zone, essentially, expecting a choppy environment, just some consolidation before FOMC. Now, with FOMC, we're going to get some crazy volatility. I'm bullish, all right? So usually with FOMC, a few things can happen. Either we go down quickly and then go up because the direction the whole time was up. It was just a fake out to the downside, essentially a bear trap. Or we go up first, we go down, and then we go up in the actual direction. All right. But because my bias is up, I don't like to trade the FOMC. I like to look for entries basically right after to get into a position if I think the direction is up after the implied volatility of the news announcement.
Right.
So it's definitely possible we come down to this kind of support level, previous resistance. And this is over here at $21,600. Down to as low as 20,700. So this is all very short time frame stuff here, right? We're talking about the next 28 hours of trading on Bitcoin. So that's the very short-term outlook I have. Again, watch for a move back down into demand at around $22,300 on BTC, and taking an entry here at around 21,150, anywhere as high as 21,300, I think would be a not a bad risk reward trade. If you can get in at 21,300 up here, you have yourself a 3.7 to 1 with a very tight stop above this wick. And that takes place at 23,500, right? So 3 to 1 trade if you can get in at 23,300. If you get in here at 23,150, you have around a 2 to 1. So not the best, but not the worst either. But if you're, looking for a Bitcoin trade here in the short term, this is what I see playing out. Of course, I'm not right 100% of the time, but this does have a very high probability of playing out in my opinion. Before I kind of get carried away, what should we talk about next here? Do we want to talk about kind of where I see Bitcoin going over the next few weeks to months? Because I can certainly...
Yes, absolutely. I think the best thing is what we can look at on a macro level right now and what the next big potential targets are. For example, like what is on the weekly or on a daily. Now, an actual resistance area that we absolutely have to break to remain bullish here.
100%. So this over here is the wick from May of 2022. And this was the real start of the brutal bear market. This is when Terra Luna collapsed and we saw Celsius, the crypto lending firm, go down, as well as the crypto hedge fund and venture capitalist firm, Three Arrows Capital. They all crashed and Bitcoin had this long wick down to 25.5K essentially, 25,350 here on my chart. Now, over the summer in August, we almost tested that level. We did test the $25,000 price level. So this is our main resistance on the daily time frame, as well as on the 3-day and the weekly. All the higher time frames here really rely on this 25K level to be broken and flipped to support. So if I zoom this out to a 3-day, it's very clear what's happening here.
Yeah.
We have this wick. So we need to get above this and flip it to support if we're going to continue higher. And then above that, we have the 28K level, right? This is a major area of liquidity. It's pretty obvious here on the 3-day chart. We spent quite a number of days in this $28,000 to $30,000 price range. And it's important not to forget, we always want to look to the left because price has memory. You guys should definitely understand that as traders. So if we look to the left over here, during the summer of 2021, where do we spend a ton of time at the bottom of that kind of pullback before the all-time high at 69K? We spent a lot of time here from 28 to 30K, all right? So this is major resistance. If we end up flipping this, that is a very good sign that we go to the next level, which is outlined in another gray box on my chart, a bit of a wide range, but we have the 35 to 40K level, all right? This is my target for this current rally. I see Bitcoin getting up to around $38,000 to $40,000. The reason why that's my target here is because that is where things really started to crumble in this bear market. Up here at around 38K, that's really when the Luna fiasco started to unravel for the Bitcoin price. So my theory is that we're just going to retest that breakdown level, right? Mm-hmm. As we see here with my arrow on the chart, this is when things really started to get brutal. And we have not retested these price levels. So we're here at $23,000. My target for this kind of spring Bitcoin rally, crypto spring, is the 40K level. And that's very exciting for Bitcoin, but I'm more excited for what that is going to carry into with the altcoin market. Because Bitcoin, yes, we can buy Bitcoin. It can go 2x. It's going to go from 16K to potentially 40K here. And that's a great return. But we have the opportunity to really get some crazier returns with altcoins. And we don't even have to touch any leverage to do that. Mm-hmm. And real quick, I do want to show you, I have to show you this chart because of how bullish it is. Now, this is the total 3. The total 3 is a chart that measures the entire cryptocurrency market cap, excluding Bitcoin and excluding Ethereum. Right, so this is every single altcoin in the crypto market, not counting Bitcoin and Ethereum. Right now, the market cap of all the altcoins, of course, minus Bitcoin and ETH, is $364 billion. Now, if you look at this chart, I do have a yellow line at 358 billion. We can call it $360 billion. Over here, this was support. Over here, this was support. In November, when FTX, the exchange, collapsed, right? Sam Bankman-Fried, we all know about that story. But when FTX collapsed, we broke through this support level at $360 billion for the total 3. Last week, what did we do? We just reclaimed that level. We flipped it back to support here. So if this continues to hold, my target for the altcoin market cap is $583 billion up here. This is a gain of 60%. Okay. This is all the altcoin market cap. This is all altcoin liquidity. This is basically a huge flashing indicator that we're going to see something crazy with altcoins, another altcoin season, kind of like what we saw towards the end of the last bull run. So I'm prepared and I am ready for it. Of course, we're going to be trading the higher cap cryptos in the meantime, but we have a few kind of lower cap altcoin picks for some potential explosions going on here, because I mean, you guys know how to read charts. Tell me if I'm crazy, but we just reclaimed a major weekly support level. And this is essentially, you can call this the trash index, right? These are all the coins that have no real value, but they just go crazy. That's what we're about to experience, in my opinion. So that's what I'm looking out for. And of course, that means Bitcoin will have to stay strong. So if Bitcoin and stocks just decide to roll over and go back and retest these lows, obviously this scenario is not going to be happening. But probability speaking, everything that I'm seeing, all my indicators, all my analysis point us towards higher, and that the altcoin market cap has a potential explosion impending here.
Great explanation. So I have a couple of questions from the community here. First of all, can you show us a couple of charts as well in the meantime? We had a couple of questions related to, I think, Solana, Cardano, and XRP.
Definitely. Okay, so Solana, we'll start zoomed out on a weekly price chart for Solana here. Let me go ahead and log this. Just run a weekly. So Solana on the weekly got crushed when FTX collapsed. This is this big red candle from early November. And as you see, we are at that resistance. I'm going to drop an orange line at this wick from June of 2022. So we are in this overall resistance area. You see all my horizontal lines on my screen at this level for Solana from around $25 to $30. This is major higher time frame resistance for Solana. Very strong recovery from the bottom below $10 here. And with what I just told you about the altcoin market cap, the total 3, to me, these 3 weekly candles, this is bullish consolidation for Solana. If I drop this down to a daily price chart, this is just going sideways in a range here. We did break this trend line, but we never really broke down. We have just been going completely sideways. And one thing to note here with Sol is the price action, and specifically the daily candles here. Notice how small and choppy and this is just pure consolidation. This is accumulation. This reminds me of Solana down here in late December, early January. Right? If we look at these daily candles, usually when we see this really, really dense consolidation, it leads to a massive move of expansion, right? Periods of low volatility are always followed by periods of high volatility. Right now, for the last 2 weeks, Solana has had very low volatility after a massive expansion. So what I see playing out here for Solana is another move of massive expansion. I see it breaking through the $30 resistance level.
Right.
And if we want to talk targets, we have resistance up here at around 37 and a major level here from 45 to 47 outlined in red on my chart. This is your supply. All right. So you have your first supply at 37. You have your second supply at 47. That's where I see Solana headed next. If we do get a pullback to support, let's talk about that. So we have my gray demand level down here, and this is at 22 down to 21. Maybe FOMC tomorrow, we get a dip into that region, or we come down into this kind of lower demand level, really at $20. Maybe we go down and test these before an explosion to the upside. There's going to be a lot of volatility. I don't often trade Solana, but I do when I see it, because most of the time Solana does this. It just goes sideways and really does nothing. But yeah, Solana, I see getting up to 37 to 47. Now, XRP is an interesting one.
Just to
because
clarify real quick,
for...
Connor, I know a lot of guys
Yes.
within the crypto space or within the Forex community, they are really obsessed with Ripple. And yeah, what's the story around Ripple before we go into the chart real quick? Can you briefly explain, guys, a little bit what's going on here?
Yes. So Ripple has XRP has one of the most diehard communities in all of cryptocurrency, because ever since XRP was created, you know, back in the early 2010s, I believe it was 2013 or so, the thesis was that XRP and Ripple was going to replace the current financial system and replace the SWIFT kind of international payment system. And XRP is going to become the standard new way that banks send and receive money. And there is some clues that this could possibly play out with XRP's and Ripple's partnerships with, you know, big global conglomerates and kind of non-government organizations, NGOs, stuff like that. But the thing is, it's pure speculation, and XRP is a business. I don't own any XRP. I only trade it. I'm not in the camp that XRP will be the next financial system. It's kind of like pure speculation, and I never bought into it. I always saw past it. I'm not sure why people are so hooked on it and why they love it so much. To me, it doesn't really make full sense. And I don't want to kind of offend anybody because I know how diehard the XRP community is, but I don't own any XRP. I only trade it. And I don't see it kind of being the next financial system personally. But the reason why so many people love it is I believe that they truly, truly believe in their head that it's going to be the new standard for the financial system, and it's going to replace what the banks currently use. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Absolutely. Thanks for sharing.
I'm curious. What do you think about that?
Well, I'm classified as an actual conspiracy theorist, so I'm leaning more towards that side overall. So I like to take risks, and if that's a risk that I need to take, then I'm definitely stacking some Ripple on the side. So, but that's no financial advice to nobody here in the audience.
Okay, cool. Good to know. All right, so yeah, that's the backstory on XRP, the new quantum financial system. We'll see. Let's see. That'll be good for all of crypto if that actually plays out. But anyways, looking at this price chart, very clear again. This is a daily time frame. We bottomed out over here around 34 cents in late December, early January.
Yeah.
This chart looks much like Bitcoin's, right? We kind of went straight up to resistance. The only thing here with XRP, it did get caught up at this level at around 41, 42 cents. I'll put whoops, we don't want to go full screen like that. I'll put a red supply zone here. All right, price kind of got caught up in this resistance supply area and got rejected. Now, my target for XRP, I have been waiting for it to get up here to 51 to 55 cents into this area here. And it's really taking its time. It's not really moving like a lot of the other altcoins we're seeing pump.
Yeah.
But that's fine, right? Because when XRP moves, it moves. It's kind of similar to Solana, where it does nothing for a very long period of time. Then out of nowhere, it's going to take off. So XRP holding support here on the daily at 38 cents. I do want to mark this because this is interesting to me. Maybe during FOMC, we dip down lower, we trap some bears into this demand area, and we start to go up from there. But definitely from 38 down to 36 cents, that is your daily demand zone. I drew this wick to wick here. So I would look for a potential pullback during the volatility during FOMC into, again, the 36 to 38 cent area. And my target, it's been my target for weeks now. Everybody in my community is aware that, you know, I've been saying XRP to 50 to around 55 cents. And again, logically, if we just look at the chart, it all makes sense, right? That's the same resistance level that Bitcoin has at 28K, XRP at 51 cents here from the summer of 2021. So from current price, that's a gain of about 38% on XRP. So not bad. And certainly if we can position ourselves with a lower time frame entry on a trade, there's a lot of money to be made here, just kind of waiting for us to take it. And we need to execute the trade properly, of course. So I'm not going to do anything until FOMC tomorrow, but again, I'm bullish. I'm leaning towards more upside. So XRP, my next target is up here, 51, 55, 62 cents possibly. And then we'll reevaluate. But, you know, when this thing moves, yeah, real quick. When XRP moves, it looks like this, right? It just goes straight up vertical. Most of the time, it does nothing. But when it actually decides to move, it happens so quickly that if you're not already positioned, you're going to get left behind and it's not worth chasing. Mm-hmm. So if you're into XRP, don't FOMO, get positioned early. Not financial advice, but that's kind of like right now. Anyway, let's continue on.
Amazing. Thank you for sharing. Yeah. I also love your passion in crypto, man. This is one of the main reasons why I follow pretty much watch every single video you share. And another reason is also the fact that you're actually trading supply and demand. There are actually not many traders in the crypto scene that are actually using supply and demand as a tool here. I see that you're still use support and resistance as well. But overall, it's good to see somebody trading supply and demand in the crypto space. So thank you for sharing, man. Let's continue. We have a couple of very, very important questions here in regards to the actual innovation. If we can see your
yes.
So there are a couple of things that we are actually seeing here, and that one thing that I'm asking, that a lot of people in the community are also wondering. Besides crypto right now, I mean Bitcoin right now, what is now the niche, the trend that we need to follow in the next couple of weeks or months here? Because besides, you know, the chart and what the Bitcoin price is going to do here, the innovation, regardless, is continuing. Like they're constantly developing over time. We know that the developers in the crypto space are still growing. You can look at all the data here. So that's clear. So if we're looking at a particular niche, which one, or maybe give us a top 3 right now of, for example, the categories we need to look out for, and potentially some projects that are actually related to these categories.
Yeah, absolutely. So first category that is just kind of sticking out like a sore thumb in my mind is the layer 2s for Ethereum. So Ethereum, as we know, is a layer 1 smart contract blockchain. It has some problems with its scalability. So what the Ethereum Foundation and other projects are doing is they are building out layer 2s that use the main net of Ethereum to process their transactions, but they roll it up into something called an optimistic or a zero knowledge rollup. They essentially roll up a blockchain, condense it, make it much more, basically they give it the ability to scale higher transactions per second. And the layer 2s right now are in their infancy. One of the most popular layer 2s is a coin called Optimism, ticker symbol OP. Now, Optimism was airdropped to Ethereum users as well as early network users of Optimism last year in 2022. And that airdrop was given around the summertime last year in 2022. But the token price came out. Let's look at the OP chart, actually. This is like the only layer 2 token that is out. It's one of the few that is out right now. But anyways, OP on the daily chart has performed very well. All right. I actually covered this in a video that I made around December 30th. The price was right around $1. So from the new year, it's up 122%. I only see this continuing. This is about to break out into price discovery and charge higher.
122%?
This is a beta asset. Yeah, 122%
Wow.
in around a month. And these are beta assets to Ethereum. So for anybody that's not aware of what a beta asset is, it's just going to move more. Say Ethereum goes up 2%, a beta asset to ETH is going to go up 10%. It just has more volatility than the main asset, right? It's a beta asset. So now another layer 2 you should know about is Metis. Okay, this is all in the same category. Metis has a market cap of $150 million. Again, this is a zero knowledge rollup for Ethereum, a layer 2. And something interesting about Metis is the fact that Vitalik Buterin's mother is actually on the Metis team. All right, she's an executive with this crypto project. All right, so there is a very deep connection there for anybody that wants to try connecting a bunch of dots. And anyways, Metis is a very solid project. They're bringing over Aave, one of the main DeFi coins now. And this ecosystem is about to explode. Right, I've been talking about Metis all crypto winter long, right? Saying it was going to do well. And here we are now from the bottom over here, early January, it's up again, 120%. Now, it's actually not too late for a lot of you guys to kind of get involved. So I want to go to DeFi Llama here. DeFi Llama is a crypto site that allows us to see decentralized finance from a bigger picture. And if I go to the chains here for DeFi Llama, we have Arbitrum as number 5 for all of DeFi in terms of total value locked at 1.2 billion. Now, Arbitrum does not have a token yet. They have had their mainnet live for quite some time. They are building out their ecosystem, but they don't have a token yet. And the speculation is that, much like Optimism, they're going to airdrop it to users of their network. All right. So when this token launches, there's going to be a lot of hype around the market. And another one is ZK Sync. And ZK Sync is expected to be the best one out of all of these, actually. And again, there's no token out for this yet. It's expected that they're going to do an airdrop. I've made airdrop guides on how to potentially get it. But anyways, layer 2s, it's going to be one of the biggest narratives this year. And watch these tokens really, really just kind of crush it. They're going to continue to crush it.
Amazing.
Now, another hot narrative is, there's a few, of course, artificial intelligence, AI. That was the hot narrative that took place in early December. It did slow down now. And one of the main coins is Fetch AI. And this is the biggest AI coin in crypto. It only has a market cap of $290 million, though. So this is still undervalued, in my opinion. There are some other ones like AGIX, called Singularity, another AI coin. And this has a market cap of $212 million. You know, these are all crushing from the start of the year. This is up 288% from January 1st. Fed is up around, a 5x from its low at 5 cents. So this is up 200%. But if I show you the chart here, and I don't want to overwhelm anybody thinking that they need to go and buy all these altcoins. No, that's not how it works. I just kind of want to go over the narratives trending right now. But if we look at FET from the November or December bottom to current price, it's up 340%. So the AI coins did really well. And I only see that trend going to continue. And FET has always been the one that I have liked, and that it hasn't changed. So if you want a safe AI pick, it's already up 4x from the bottom, 5x from the bottom, but I think it's got a long way to go as we're not even in the official bull market yet.
Very
now,
interesting.
Yes. Another narrative that we should be aware of is NFT marketplaces. NFTs are going to come back really, really hard. So there's a token called Looks Rare, and this is a token for an NFT marketplace. You can stake this token and you get rewards from the fees on the Looks Rare market. As we see here, buy and sell NFTs, right? Now there's another one coming out. They're actually doing an airdrop on February 8th, and it's not too late to actually get in and do that airdrop. This is called Blur, okay? So Blur is an NFT marketplace, and they're going to launch their token in early February 7th. It's estimated that their market cap is going to be between $100 million to $300 million. And they're going to give 80% of the tokens to their community that uses this platform. So if you have been diligent about this airdrop and you've been doing it over the past few months, you're going to potentially make a 6-figure payday with this airdrop. So yeah, airdrops huge, right? A lot of people can make a lot of money from airdrops, and it's just kind of discipline to do the tasks needed to get these airdrops. ZK Sync still available to get that airdrop. Arbitrum possibly still available. Those are the layer 2s for Ethereum.
Yeah.
And now with Blur launching February 7th, again, it's kind of just free money sitting on the ground. But NFT marketplaces I see making a big comeback. And like I said, this is going to launch with $100 million to $300 million market cap, and they're going to give 80% of their tokens to the people that actually go ahead and use the marketplace now. And it's going to be a huge one, huge airdrop coming the first week of February. So with all these airdrops coming into the market, it's going to cause a lot of buzz, a lot of FOMO. A lot of people are going to be wondering what to do, and it's going to bring a lot of attention to the market. Now, one more I want to share with you, one more niche of crypto you cannot ignore, and that's, of course, gaming, metaverse, play to earn.
There we go.
That is probably, it's going to be the biggest one. I think you can agree on that. I know
Absolutely.
how bullish you are on metaverse, play to earn. Now, when it comes to picking the tokens, picking the coins, we saw in November of 2021 how it didn't matter which play to earn coin you picked. They all just kind of went straight up in vertical. Do I have some favorites? I do have some favorites. I know you do as well. Of course, there's the obvious ones like Decentraland Mana and Sandbox, the biggest two. And if you want to just kind of trade the niche overall and take on less risk, you would go with these, but they already have over $1 billion market cap. So yeah, you can catch a 10x with these, possibly higher. That's not financial advice, but it's possible. You know, we see a lot of capital flow into these. These are the main two. Now, if we want to go higher on the risk curve and more potential reward, we can look lower. And we have coins like Vulcan Forge PYR, right? This has a market cap of $94.5 million. Trading for $4 right now. It has an all-time high of 49, down 92%. So even if it just gets to a fraction of that all-time high at 40, you have a 10x on PYR. This is expected to be a huge project, and I see it doing very well in the future. You have other ones like Ultra UOS. Ultra is a gaming studio, so they're producing a lot of play-to-earn games, and this is their token, their coin that powers their economy. And this only has a market cap of $69.3 million. All-time high is 250. It's down 89%. So I like Ultra. I like Vulcan Forge PYR. Now, I don't know how high we want to go on the risk curve here. But you know, there's a lot of these really, really small play to earn games that have not a lot of exposure and really small market caps. And you know, I do own some of those. So I don't know if you want me to share those on stream.
We do not have that much time left, and we have a couple very, very important questions as well from the community here. So yeah, thank you for sharing your chart. Absolutely amazing. And I think they will find a lot of information on your channel as well regarding all of these projects, because you're heavily involved in this particular moves here. So if you can close your chart, then we can have a final closure here.
Absolutely. There we go.
Because a couple of very important questions that I wanted to ask you right now is like, for example, people in our community right now, they're making money in Forex. Let's say you're anticipating, you know, a particular move in Bitcoin in general. Over the long term, we know potentially what the result of Bitcoin is going to be. The question of if it's already happening right now, that's still for a debate, I think, for a lot of people here. But as long as the higher time frame bias or the long term is there, it could be a very good investment. So what could be a good way for people that are making money in Forex right now? How can they potentially invest their capital or spread some of the profits they make into the market? How would you get started right now?
The number one thing I would do to get started right now, if you already have income coming in and you're making money from trading Forex and you want to not go crazy into crypto, just buy Ethereum. Buy as much Ethereum as you possibly can and sit on it and do nothing else. That's all you have to do to make an absolute killing. Just buy Ethereum as much as you can get your hands on. Ethereum is, without a doubt, the best risk-reward play in all of cryptocurrency. Pretty good chance it crushes Bitcoin this next market cycle. So yeah, buy Ethereum.
Okay.
Not financial advice, but
so in regards to your portfolio, how diversified are you right now?
So I have been deploying some capital into the high beta assets recently because, like I showed you with that total 3 chart, I'm expecting the trash coins, so to speak, to heavily outperform the majors here in the coming weeks. So yeah, I have kind of diversified a bit into these higher beta plays,
right? Because
I'm expecting them to outperform. But for the most part, Ethereum and BTC, definitely, you know, all bear market, I was saying on my channel, just focus on buying Bitcoin, focus on buying ETH, because what we can do is we can use those main cryptocurrencies to trade out into the smaller ones, and we can focus on just growing our Bitcoin and Ethereum stacks. I'm less interested in the US dollar. I'm way more interested in getting more Bitcoin and especially more Ethereum.
So I would quickly want to go back to the Web3 or the actual play to earn before we close down here. Is this industry maybe one of the most innovative industries at the moment in the overall crypto space? Because I see a lot of people talking about the metaverse, still about play to earn, how they can actually make money right now. Like working products are coming. from all these metaverse projects that were actually just a concept in the last bull run, you know, 2020, 21, 2, and so on. So is it truly the case right now that all of these projects are getting released? And do we actually see some utility value in it?
So I think very soon we're going to start seeing some utility. Right now, there's still a lot of concepts, still a lot of building. And the vision that I have in my head is the metaverse Web3 play to earn gaming. It's a lot like the internet in the 90s and early 2000s, when all you could do was, you know, build a very basic website or send an email with basic text. And that was very powerful. But from that base, I'm now able to talk to you face to face when you're on the other side of the world, right? So we're super early, and these developments, you know, it will get further on this year and next year, 2024, into that next real bull run for crypto. But we're not going to see anything too crazy, in my opinion, this year. It's going to be a lot of hype, going to be a lot of, you know, check out what this project is doing and what they're building, but no actual thing there yet. Maybe that changes next year in 2024, but for now, we're still in the very early days. And again, I see it as the internet in the 90s, when all you could do is build a basic website and send an email. But from that, you know, 20 years later, it's absolutely mind-blowing. And that's what Web3 play to earn metaverse is all to me. It's going to be absolutely mind-blowing what we're going to be able to do in the future. And we have the ability to invest early, be early investors in the next mega trend of humanity. So
absolutely,
we have to take advantage.
This is one of the reasons why I personally invest purely in these projects. Also because it's kind of a passion, or became a passion for me as well. Just use my Forex earnings partially and just put it in these projects over time, and just understand it's going to take a very, very long time. It's a very long-term investment. But the return on your investment can actually be extremely exponential here. Again, no financial advice. But Connor, man, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And also, I just have a lot of respect for you, and the reason why is because I really admire people that can just keep pushing. Also in a bear market, when nobody's talking about crypto, you were there still producing content. And now you're seeing it coming back. Now you see people coming back all over the place. Your channel is immediately popping off again. Like, this is where winners are born and getting created. So
I appreciate that. Takes one to know one, man. Shout out to you. Thanks for having me.
Amazing. Guys, if you want to know more about Connor and what he does, he has absolutely fantastic community. You should definitely check it out. It's just super important to also be involved and understand the crypto space, because sooner or later, we are going to make a transition somehow, somewhere here. All right. So you can find him. I posted a link in my description already, Crypto Empire, or the Emperor, hashtag Crypto Emperor, and you should be finding it there. Connor, thank you so much, my friend. And I hope to see you very shortly.
Thank you, Lorenzo. All right. See you soon, man.
Have a great day. Cheers. Cheers. Thank you.
Cheers.
Oh, the video was still on. There we go. This is our main Connor right here. We don't have to be sad at all. And the reason why we do not have to be sad, because GJ is actually boiling up right now at this specific moment. Let's go over GJ real quick, because it's super important what we're seeing right now. We are bombing here, and we need to put our favorite song. There we go. That was Connor, ladies and gentlemen. He's absolutely a crazy guy. I know him already for a long time. Fantastic human being. He's crushing it. So a lot of respect for him. Definitely going to keep him following on the chart. Follow his channel. Absolutely amazing guy. You can learn a lot from him in the crypto space. He knows all these details. Small caps, big caps, whatever you need to know here. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, GJ is growing. We are in a massive trade here already. I could not really talk about it right now, but look at that. Look at that. Look at that. We're up around 3%. A little bit more here. This was exactly the trade setup that we needed to see. GJ is definitely coming closer here. This is where we are gonna take some profits already. We took already some profits already at this particular moment. Right here, TP1 at 160.252 right here. It is absolutely amazing. Again, guys, very similar. Everyone was bearish. All right. What happened? We took out all that liquidity underneath. And underneath that zone where we took the liquidity, we saw a massive amount of... we saw a beautiful area of demand right there. We literally tapped into that zone. And again, what did we do? We closed that candle extremely bullish on the 30 minutes right there. Okay, so the fact that we closed that candle like that was a very good sign. That was the moment when we were interested here. So what did we do? We went to the lower time frame. We looked at that zone. We looked for that break of structure to the upside. That higher high getting created here. To then potentially coming back higher. And this is what we did. So we had two entries as well. We went for the retracement here. And the other one was the regular one, where we got triggered in our position at this specific moment here. So overall, we have been taking some profits. I'm going to take a little bit more right now at this particular moment here. It is time right now to close our first trade for 50% here. And that should exactly do the job right there. Congratulations if you joined me on the GJ trade as well. We ended up very, very good here. The first trade was a loss right now. The second two trades were pretty much break-even trades, but we cashed out 50% beforehand. So we made some money, but this was the trade where we were waiting for right now. So absolutely amazing. This is great. Qualify says, hey Lorenzo, are you trading on a prop firm account? No, I'm trading on multiple different portfolios here. I have a swing trade portfolio, day trade, and a scalping. Gigi says gold sells. Let's go over gold as well. What is gold doing at this specific moment? We came back down all the way. Massive reaction to the downside. There we go. Let's see what gold's doing at the moment here. So gold came down tremendously right now. What are we doing? We're still bouncing up here. We are on the lower time frame right now, creating some of these. There is a lot of liquidity underneath, guys. Okay, there is a lot of liquidity to be filled up underneath. You can potentially look for shorts right now for gold as well. Let's see what the dollar is doing. The dollar came down. Interesting. We tapped into that zone. What is the last particular low that we're looking for on the 5 minute here? That is a level that we're seeing right here. Let's go to the 15 minute. Okay, we're still in a zone. This is a 15-minute zone, and in the 10 minutes we probably see a lower. Yeah, this one right here. Okay, we are right now in an area of demand right now for the dollar here. We have not creating a lower low. To be honest, we're forming some sort of double bottom right here, so there is a chance that we can start making a little bit of a move here right now. Finally, that would be fantastic. We have GJ right now stagnating a little bit, of course. We have this area of supply right now tapping. Overall, we're going to hold our position as well. We already took some profits. So let's go over gold. Because gold right now is building a lot of liquidity here. Alright, a lot of liquidity underneath. I think this could be extremely interesting. Both our GJ trades right now are secured. So this is pretty much sorted at this specific moment here. That's great. Congrats if you are in GJ right here. Stop loss should be on break even for both trades here, even if you entered from that specific level here. In terms of gold, yeah, let's be patient for gold here. Let's see if we can break that zone. Why? We're building a lot of liquidity right now underneath. You want to see it getting taken out. Overall, I do like what I see here. We can go to the 2 minute. We have an area of supply here as well. That massive gap underneath. The dollar needs to push up higher right now. Lighta says, thank you, Lorenzo. I'm heading out. Amazing, my man. Thank you. Jeff Wells said, thank you for GJ. I got stopped out, but re-entered for good profit overall. Fantastic, my friend. Fantastic. If you guys like the channel, then please smash that like button. I would highly appreciate it here. We're constantly on the run to help you generate some profits in the markets. This is what we're doing here. First of all, trading can, of course, be a very lonely job here. So it's better, of course, to do it together. All right? This is always the way I would look at a community. You can literally trade together. Why doing it alone if you can literally trade with a community here? You have to make your own decisions. But trading by itself can be very lonely. So doing it together, sharing feedback is all we need right now to establish ourselves and to make some beautiful, beautiful profits along the way as well. This is going to be an absolutely game changer. In general, look at GJ right here. We have this, so we look at gold. What we are looking for right now is a break of structure to the downside. This is going to create our next entry. And that's what we need to find out here. Qualifies says extremely textbook setup on the New Zealand dollar against the US dollar. We have been looking at this one as well. Let's go to the New Zealand dollar here. So we tapped in at 15-minute zone right now. 5 minute, we are facing some liquidity as well underneath. The 1 minute already dropped, so this could have been this could have been a nice entry as well. GJ is holding very strong. I like that a lot. What do we need to see right now? At this specific moment, we need to break a low first. We need to break a new low for it to for us to make it potentially interesting here. Okay. In order for gold right now, gold is looking better than the New Zealand dollar. Why? Because we have all that liquidity built up underneath right here. We have that fair value gap underneath right there. Okay, we've formed some sort of triple top right now. What do we need to see? We need to see a higher high for the dollar. So the dollar needs to break this high first. If you do break that high, that's for us. That could be the right moment for us to actually look for a potential position here. Should I close GJ? It's completely up to you. You should be in profit. I took my profits already. I took a lot of. I took already 50% pretty much. So I took around 2% out already. So it totally depends on you here. For me, my stop loss is secured. I think that there is still potential of a higher target here. I do believe that we can come back up a little bit more, and I think we're not there yet completely. So yeah, it's personal preference, my friend. Our profits are taken right now here partially. Fluidity says, where do you go to get proper fundamentals? To get fundamental news breakdown, I would just look on YouTube, my friend. I think there is a lot of information. I usually look on YouTube. I listen to these type of...
it's around that level now.
These type of events here, and I learn a lot along the way. I think this is one of the best ways to look at a particular... yeah, just to get a better understanding of the macroeconomy and everything that's happening here. Let's see what the dollar is doing. The dollar is still coming down a little bit. GJ is holding very well here. Right around our first TP. Gold is right now in the zone here. Overall, it still is not looking that particularly strong. I do think that there is just a lot of liquidity underneath, guys. Understand that we have these equal lows right now. So going short of gold is, in my opinion, not really a bad idea. The only thing that I would like to see for my bias personally is to create some sort of higher high on the lower time frame for the dollar. That's personally something that I would do here. But we have that zone. We have the liquidity underneath. We have that fair value gap. It's a high confluential area. Take that into consideration here. So taking a small position on gold sell right now, I would not mind to do actually. I would definitely look at it. It could be very, very beneficial to do so. Going for these lows, stop loss above these highs here, potentially taking a trade underneath. I would love to see the dollar breaking highs though. That was the only confluence I would take consideration. So if you want to enter, you could enter with the confluence we have here. That means that you could enter here, you could put your stop loss above, and you take your profit underneath in that gap, somewhat in that range here. And then you put your stop loss straight away on break even if you are breaking this level. And you take out the first liquidity underneath that zone. So you don't get stopped out eventually by a liquidity sweep. You actually make sure that you are coming down, taking profits here, stop loss and break even, and then potentially coming down further. But you can also wait for a break of structure to the upside for the dollar on the lower time frame, which could give you a better confirmation. So it's personal preference. Again, it all depends what you want to see here. Mike says, for GJ, what time frame did you get the demand zone from? I think it was on the 5 minute. It was on the 5 minute chart here. We had this area of demand. Stop loss under the last low. So not the order block, but the last low right here. Bruno says, Lorenzo, the New Zealand dollar Canadian dollar is trading downtrend on the flags on the 5 minute. Okay. The reason why I want to focus on the major pairs right now is just because of the ranging markets we are in general. So equal lows, guys. Equal lows underneath. Fair value. Usually this is a high confluential area, I have to say. The dollar needs to break at least a high here in order for us to really make sure that we can actually enter here. Otherwise, I'm not going to enter yet. I'm going to wait for the dollar to make a move. This is in my handbook. I need to see the dollar at least breaking, seeing some structure getting broken right now, because right now this is on the lower time frame even, just an area of supply right now. If you look at it, a continuation, you can easily get rejected and gold will push up further. So it totally depends here. We need to see this getting broken. One particular move in gold will drop here. It's leading towards coming down right now. We have that particular liquidity and the fair value gap. It's a wonderful, wonderful combination. Like, trust me, this is one of the best confluences that you can get when trading. The combination of liquidity, equal lows or equal highs, plus, of course, the fair value gap underneath. Oh, what time frame did you get that area of demand from? On the 30 minute, my friend. 30 minute. We tapped into this particular zone. And we saw an immediately beautiful reaction here. This was for us a fantastic trade opportunity as well. That's why we took this trade here. The moment you see it getting tapped into an area of demand, while you're taking out tremendous amount of liquidity, usually it's an amazing signal. An amazing sign that you can look for an entry right here. Why? Because first of all, a lot of guys are gonna get stopped out. That's the number one, right? A lot of guys are gonna get stopped out regardless. Super important. The number two reason is that at the same time that people are getting stopped out, people are entering right here. So it creates an effect where there's suddenly a lot of buy orders getting executed. And this is the reason why we are seeing that instant wick and we saw the 30-minute closure. I still wanted to wait for confirmation. So I purposely waited to break pretty much the previous high on the lower time frame here. Okay, so if you go to this, I know it's a little bit messy at the moment, but if you go to this particular zone, we broke it, tapped that zone, we broke the high, and this is the moment when we entered our first position. When we broke it and we tapped into this zone, this was the moment when we entered another position. So the reason why is because we actually came back up, we tapped into that zone, immediately saw the buy up, and a continuation to the upside here. This is the reason why we had 2 trades here. By the way, guys, thank you for the 18k subs. Appreciate all of you. Thank you for the support. Okay, so gold right now is in that zone. Wait for the dollar to break a level. I think that's the most important for you right now. Wait for the dollar to break a particular zone. I think that's what you want to see right now. Wait for the dollar to break a high, then gold will potentially drop here. Otherwise, no need to look for trade here. Confirmation is important. Shifu says, how do you analyze rough overview? I use correlations a lot. So I look at the dollar first. The dollar index is my base foundation. Then I look at other particular pairs, you know, the EUR-USD, the New Zealand US dollar, GJ sometimes as well, the Japanese yen index. And from the baskets of goods, so the basket of the currency baskets, I tend to go to trade setups. That's the moment when I try to go for, you know, particular moves, particular setups in the market. Lorenzo, did you ever get a margin call? Way back, for sure. I lost my money many times before. Usually some smaller accounts, smaller like portfolios. But yes, many times, bro. Many times. It's part of the learning curve, in my opinion. Part of the learning curve, that's just the way it is, my friend. This is how we learn. So we closed around 2%. We are still up 2%. So that's significant here. Overall, guys, if you stick to the end of the stream, we're gonna make some money. This is the ideal. Last time, same thing. We had our best trades ever. First trade was a loss. It was the first loss of the year. But then after that, you saw us catching up here. So for the diehard supporters right now, shout out to you. Because the reward is gonna come here, regardless how long we need to stream. We are streaming right now for 3.5 hours already. No problem. Okay, we are almost coming to our first target right now of one particular trade setup. So this particular setup, I'm going to close down. And this particular entry, I'm going to keep open. So I'm going to actually close one of my trade setups right here. And I keep one position open. Which is the latest one. So the one that I bought a little bit higher. The 1-to-1 here. This one I'm going to close down very shortly. The rest one, boom, done. Gigi says, gold don't want to give up. I completely agree. So tomorrow gold is gonna plummet, GG. Don't worry about it. Okay, so we're very close right now to closing down one position right here. We're almost there. We're almost there at this specific moment here. We want to wait for it to literally tap into that zone a little bit higher. As far as the dollar comes up here, we're going to see this following here. Why? Because there is an inverse correlation between the dollar and the Japanese yen. When the dollar makes that move here, potentially could benefit us in terms of our position. So right now we are facing some resistance. So we're going to close down first of our first particular setup. So this setup right here is going to be closed right now. Congratulations if you are in this position right here. Amazing. This is what you want to see right now. So first of all, this one is done. Five minutes. There we go. This is what we're looking for. So the first one is taken out. Oh, nice. Okay, beautiful. It feels great to recover always from a loss straight away. Every single day this year we have been ending up in profit. So every Saturday I cash out. And I reinvest this in what we just have discussed here with Connor. The goal is to buy every single month right now some crypto. We're gonna do a giveaway very shortly, guys. What do you need to do? If you want to join the giveaway, the magic keys right here, of course, it's the favorite magic keys. I love giving away magic keys here. There are some other trade managers I am looking at as well that are apparently also very good. So maybe I'm going to give away some of these in the future. But for now, it's still going to be the magic keys here. Okay? What do you need to do? Follow me on Twitter, first of all. I'm going to create a tweet. You should retweet that post. And I'm going to pick a random winner with that with that automator or that automator. That automation tool that picks a winner randomly. Randomizer, that's the word I was looking for. Links in the description if you want to join the giveaway. In the meantime, enjoy your profits from GJ. Who's in GJ right now? Let me know. Who is in GJ right now?
Mr. Fundamental People.
Amazing. Pipski. Pipski. Oh, it's so funny, brother. Hartley says, yes, I'm in. Fat Ty says, I'm in. Oscar says, I'm in. GC, I'm in with 30% of my position. Bro, thoughts on US30. We can go over US30 shortly. Eric says, in GJ. Jeff says, to profit on GJ. I'm out. Okay, profits are profits, my friend. Novita says, me with a small lot. Michael says, in GJ. I want to TP GJ at 160.680. Yeah, to the highs here. This is something that I'm looking for as well. Yes, particularly that particular level. This is going to give us around a 4.5 to 1 EUR. I risked around 2%, so that's pretty big. That's pretty big. Gold is being stubborn right now. I have to be honest here. Gold is being stubborn at this particular moment here. I do like it a lot, guys. We're gonna come down at some point. We are gonna come down. So if I would not mind right now to place a small short. To go for these particular lows. Dollar broke the highs here. Okay, so the dollar broke what we finally wanted to do and break a particular high. That's the number one thing I'm looking for. It breaks a high. Then gold is potentially coming down right here. We're gonna go for this particular zone. So I'm entering right now. Okay, I'm shorting gold as well right now at this particular moment. I have a little bit of a wider stop loss here. The reason why is because I want to see these lows getting taken out. You have equal lows built up here. You have that fair value gap here. The dollar created a higher high on the lower time frame right now, which I wanted to see right here. Okay, I wanted to see it breaking at least a high on the lower time frame for the dollar to come back down a little bit more. Yeah, let's see how this plays out here. I went half risk. There's not really a big trade, but this is definitely something that I'm looking for, and I want to target these lows right there. Stop loss on break even immediately. All right, immediately when broken the lows here. Taking profit, stop losses on break, stop loss on break even straight away. I think it's very important to do so. Gonna have a very close eye on gold. Make sure that we're actually breaking low and taking out these particular lows here. These equal lows here are 40. It's pretty much all the stop losses are built there. Okay. We are still ranging, I know. But overall, the imbalance, stop losses underneath, dollar breaking the highs on the lower time frame, gives a pretty good indication here. Let's go, let's do it. The sooner the better. GJ is still holding here at the specific moment. We're moving up slowly but steadily. I'm gonna play it very tight with gold here. Very tight, stop loss, making sure that we do not risk too much here. At the same time, I do believe that the moment we break it, we need to take some profits regardless here. John says, what about the US dollar Swiss franc? I'll look at it later indeed. I will have a look at it indeed. GT says in short gold. Nick Hill says how you remove proper levels of market. How you remove proper levels of market. Sorry my friend, I do not understand the question. How you remove proper levels of market? Let me know what you think. Okay, we went to break even already with gold. A little bit earlier than usual here. Why I want to look for a better entry? So I'm gonna count this as a break-even trade. We saw the sell, the auto sell here. Okay. I'm gonna re-enter any given moment, by the way. It's not that I am gonna wait right now a long time. I'm gonna look for the re-entry at any given moment here. Support and resistance. What do you think about binary options? I'm not really a big fan. I'm not really a big fan right here of binary options here. To be honest. I'm not a big fan. We need our song, our gold song here. I think this is gonna help a lot. Yes. Gold. 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 Everyone. Gold. 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 Hey, it's working. It's working. Come on. Gold. Gold. Let's go. Liquidity. It's not looking that strong, to be honest, right now. But let's save our energy a little bit, guys. Let's save our energy here. Okay. I'm actually looking at this this particular zone above that that area right now. It's definitely our new favorite song here. Okay, GJ, let's see what we're doing. Are we holding in this zone? Come back down a little bit more. Overall, it's still looking pretty good, pretty decent. Mike says market makers monitoring the chat. I don't think so, man. We're making money here. We are making money. We want to take it at least to this high right here. This is what I'm looking for. This particular high is the zone where I would like to take it from here. Maybe I would take a TP2 here around about this zone. Like the 160.5 potentially. I will put another TP here. But overall, I think that we did it pretty good. We had two trades. One is closed already. One is already taken, or TP1 is already hit. We are just looking for TP2 right now. And that's gonna make a potential move here. Gold is coming to that zone. Let's see how we react here. Trust me, at some point, guys, we are gonna break it. We are gonna come down to take out the liquidity underneath. Just looking for the right entry again. That's the reason why I went on break even. I'm not afraid to put my stops on break even and to re-enter a position here. This is actually what's keeping my drawdown extremely low. And yeah. I like to look for trade setups that go in my directly straight away. This is usually how I make the most money. And I know it. I know it from my own experience right here. I have been trading hundreds and hundreds of trades. And every single time I had a successful trade that I really liked, it went straight away in my direction. So then I was like, why if I just then better cut off the trades that are not going to my direction straight away and just see how it goes. Game change for me personally. GJ, for example, had a beautiful creation here. GJ had a pretty good reaction here. We saw that immediately buying up here from this area of demand on the lower time frame. Mike says, everyone likes it like that, my man. Yeah, absolutely agree. You're right. However, a lot of people, they need to hold their position. They are emotionally connected to their position. So let's say you're going profit and you make money and then it goes back to break even. You're like, oh no, man. They can't close their position. And that's usually a problem. Lorenzo is asking a very good question. He says, Lorenzo, can you tell us a few words about the correlation? Who is the main driver? Indices influence currencies. Where is more volume? Any thoughts? So yes, indices or currency indices is I think what you're talking about. Or if you're talking about the Nasdaq and stuff, there's also kind of an influence there. But the currency index is pretty much a basket of currencies measured against another currency. So for example, the dollar index is measured against 6 other currencies. And based on the strength of the dollar in this case, we can look at particular setups, right? We can look at the New Zealand dollar, US dollar. So if we know the dollar index is showing us a higher high, I'm more interested in looking at shorts for New Zealand dollar, US dollar, for gold, for other particular pairs as well. If the dollar goes up, usually what happens is the Japanese yen goes down. So that could be good for pairs like GJ. So the correlation is definitely there. Talking about the indices, we use the VIX, there's another tool. The volatility index. But overall, my main trading strategy is using the indices, the currency indices first. Combine that with supply and demand. Then enter, stop orders, market orders in the game. And use it for different types of correlation. In terms of volume, it totally depends. I usually trade dollar pairs also during London session. Not really a big difference for me personally. However, the indices I tend to trade, so the Nasdaq, Dow Jones, S&P 500, only during the New York session. Okay, gold is pushing. Beautiful. We're holding we're holding in this zone right now. Dollar is trying to push up here. We're trying to at least come back up a little bit. Let's see what we can do here. This is the... There we go. This is good. This is closure, amazing closure. If you can close like that, that would be a trigger potentially. GJ is moving to our second TP. Gavin says 18,000 subscribers. Let's go. Thank you, my friend. Does supply and demand correlate to support and resistance? Not really. But it is possible that an area of demand aligns with an area of support. For sure. So it could correlate in that sense. But it doesn't have to be. Okay, looking for a gold sell right now. The dollar is definitely showing some interest here. Especially if we break the zone again. Definitely looking good here. Okay, amazing. So gold sell. Targeting the lows, perfect. There we go. We got it. This is what we're looking for. We have this zone still. Small area of demand at this specific moment. The dollar need to close a 1 minute candle above that zone. We are ready. Keep a close eye on the dollar first. Stop loss will go eventually for gold above that area of supply. Above that area of supply right here. No closure yet. No closure yet for the dollar here. Michael says, took a little profit on DJ right now. Stops to break even. Congrats. We are coming close to our second TP here. Again, look at this beautiful trade setup, by the way, guys. What an amazing trade here. That's why a lot of... that's why it's good to be patient here. We are making our money, guys. Don't worry about it. We will make our money. Somehow. So again, we tapped into that zone after we broke structure. We are now coming back to retest this level. We're gonna take our second TP very shortly. However, yeah, we're gonna keep the rest running regardless. That's the idea here. So take a second TP and then we leave the rest running. Like 25% running. That's the best outlook here. So back to gold or the dollar. This is what we want to see right now. Fantastic reaction. Let's see what gold is doing. Gold is definitely teasing here. Somewhat in that level. This could be interesting later. Somewhat in that range. There is imbalance above here for the dollar as well. This could be a target. So if that's the case, that could be a nice area to take consideration. If that would happen, if you would go to that zone, we would definitely go down and break that level here. I'm not in yet. I'm not in yet. Just looking for the right entry here. But I'm definitely leaning towards the short right now with all that liquidity underneath. The watermark was off, sorry for that. Usually it's on. GJ is absolutely killing it here. No, dollar is coming down. We wicked down. We closed a 3-minute candle underneath that level. We're not there yet. We're not there yet. What's happening with gold? Gold's probably going up as well. Yeah, we're tapping. We're coming up right now. So what are you guys' favorite pairs to trade? Let me know, by the way. Because I want to make sure that I'm going to cover particular charts more often on the live stream here. I know for a fact that many of you guys trade gold. But I would love to know which one, what you guys are really actually trading here. Because maybe there are some setups or some charts that I do not cover. So let's see. Iqbal says, hi man, I'm your new subscriber from Malaysia. Welcome, my friend. Salam malam. Qualify AU, GU, EU gold. Yes. It closes US30. Yeah, US30. We need to cover the indices more. USD cut. GJ, crude oil. Oil could also be interesting. Bitcoin. US oil. Okay. Yeah, so the majority of you guys are actually just pretty much recovering a lot of them. We're recovering the US oil as well. I think I should cover the indices a little bit more, like the US30. I'm focusing a lot on GJ, for example, right now, but also gold, EU, AU, GU, the standard setups. So, for example, the indices right here. We are right now in that important zone in 1 hour. We have been coming down. However, I'm not really, as long as the dollar is not showing significant strength, for me it's not really beneficial right now to look for any shorts right here. And also not really longs at this specific moment. Even though the VIX is coming down. But the reason why is because the VIX is almost again in an area of demand right now. So we're gonna bounce very shortly. We're gonna bounce very, very shortly here for the indices right now. If we bounce in this zone, you will see the indices coming down again. So if this goes up, the US30 will drop. But this could also be a very good indication of potentially what the dollar index can do here. So let's see. Almost to TP2 right now. Okay, we're gonna do our giveaway very shortly, guys. Looking forward to do that. If you want to join, just retweet my last tweet here. I said, good morning traders, let's make some money. I'm gonna pick a random winner and we're gonna give away the magic keys. We have been doing it already tens of times for sure. I don't know how many magic keys we have given away already. But it's an easy, amazing tool to give away because it's so functional. It's so functional and it's so good to use when trading. That, yeah, why not? Why not? So we're gonna do this in a second here. You can just retweet it, and we're gonna pick a winner from there. So gold is breaking highs. It's actually looking relatively strong still in general. Overall, we have been going up here while the dollar, every single time the dollar reacted, we came down. But right now, it's very important to understand that at some point, we're gonna come down. We're gonna take out these lows. I'm super confident that we're gonna come down here. We just have to time it correctly right now. And the way we can best time it right now is to wait for an actual break and a closure here. Because in the end, we're leaning to go towards this fair value gap. Even though gold is holding relatively strong, I have to say. These equal lows and that fair value gap underneath, that it just doesn't lie here. So right now we are ranging. At some point we're going to expand. Either up or down and then up. I think there are just too many stop losses right now underneath. If you want to make a move, you want to break out, you want to at least gather these stop losses here before making that particular move. This is what I assume. So I'm definitely looking for a sell here. Can you tell us a little bit of the correlation of the dollar and the US indices? So the correlation is not that strong, but the way I can explain it to you real quick is very simple actually. There are two scenarios that can happen in the market. We have risk on and risk off. Okay, risk on means that people are excited, pretty bullish. People like to spend money. Economy is running smooth. People are risk on. People are investing in the stock market. The sentiment is positive. On the other side, we have risk off. Okay, very careful. People buy treasury bonds, government bonds. Okay, very important. Before I continue here, we're potentially looking for gold right now. So risk off is the opposite, of course, of risk on. So that means that people buy treasury bonds. This usually indicates a stronger dollar and a less stronger stock market. People sell their stocks, put it in the dollar. Okay, so that's where that correlation comes from. Risk on, risk off. Now we have the VIX, however, which is a volatility index that's more based on speculation, more based on the futures data from a Chicago exchange. So it's options data from a Chicago board options exchange. So based on the volatility index, if the volatility index is very bullish, usually the indices tend to go down. So always use the VIX. It's a chart. It's called the VIX. And use the dollar index and trying to look for a synchronization. Try to look for a pattern here. Lorenzo, what is your take on natural gas? I like to trade it. However, if we're gonna talk about actual other commodities, I would focus on more. I'm a big fan of the US. I would focus on US oil. I think the US oil has a lot of upside potential in the next coming weeks. Okay, GJ is stagnating as well. We are still looking very, very good. I'm very impressed how strong and how good it's holding right now. New Zealand dollar is ranging. Dollar is coming up, coming down the lower time frame here. The euro right now is coming up, is actually getting rejected here. So we came back down. We are now getting rejected from this particular zone. This is on the 30 minute. You can see clearly that we are getting rejected from this level. So probably what we're going to see is that the euro right now is also not really that strong as well, even though we're coming up. That's quite interesting. The Australian dollar right now is an important zone right here. This is all in the lower time frame, the 15 minutes. So what about that zone here? The euro against the Japanese yen is actually going up very, very much. That is because the Japanese yen itself right now is dumping. Look at that. Japanese yen is coming down right now. Absolutely insane here. Look at the daily chart as well. This is not looking good, guys. Okay? Very important. And I'm going to give you a major advice for this week. Besides the news. And for next week. Focus a lot on Japanese yen pairs, okay? GJ, EJ, NJ potentially if you want to. But Australian dollar, Japanese yen. Like, look at these particular setups here. Why? Because I do believe that the Japanese yen, first of all, from a fundamental standpoint, is one of the weakest currencies. Second of all, we have been retracing significantly, but now on the daily, we are building so much liquidity underneath this zone here. We're going to break it very shortly here. We're going to fall into we're going to have a free fall. This is what I'm thinking. So what I'm waiting for is for this to be broken. Okay? This particular level right here, the 8,076 right there. If we break this particular level, in my opinion, we're going to see a significant fall. We have this zone as well underneath. But overall, I do believe that this is something that you have to take consideration. And what could happen is that, for example, GJ. And look what GJ is doing here. And a lot of people are short on GJ, I know that. Because it kind of looks like it's bearish. But with all that imbalance above, all that liquidity above, all these stop losses built up there. Tapping right now into this area of demand here. So again, we tapped into this zone. Let me zoom in a little bit. This particular zone. The stronger zone here. Okay? We tapped into that zone. I do believe that the combination of the Japanese yen coming down, falling weak, creating a lot of weakness here. Showing a lot of weakness, sorry. GJ will go to the moon. Alright?
Bruh.
To the moon, guys. To the moon with GJ. I'm not joking here. I do believe that absolutely Japanese yen is going to make a free fall. Especially if the dollar decides to move up after FOMC news. That could be the catalyst for Japanese yen to make an absolute free fall to the downside. Which is going to give you a beautiful setup for these particular, GJ, what we're doing right now. So that's why I'm going to not close my position in full. That is the reason why I'm going to keep 25% of my position open. I'm going to take some profits, keep 25% open and leave that running. Regardless of the outcome, let's see what happens here. Because let's say the Japanese yen breaks that level. It's really, it's going to be amazing. It's going to be amazing. So be prepared and have a close eye on it yourself as well. So if you usually do not really trade GJ or the Japanese yen pairs, then maybe have a look at it this week and next week. Gold is moving up. Yes, let's see. Gold is moving up indeed. Wow. Keep in mind, this is still going to be there. Okay? This is still going to be there. So gold is moving up again. Let's see what our next level is. That's what we need to look at. So we need to see. It's pretty much this zone right now. The 1930.76. And then we have the 1933. But let's start with this one right here. The 1930.7. from a higher time frame standpoint, we have been coming down right now a little bit with the dollar. So let's go also, and let's go to the 1 hour. Let's remove all the zones here. We have this whole area, okay? This is the 4 hour. We have been breaking this significant trend here. This is first of all a very good sign. I do like it a lot. We have news coming tomorrow, of course, the FOMC later. We have that 3 hour zone. We have a particularly strong zone that you could take consideration right here, which is a little bit lower. It's a nice retest of that area. Then on the 1 hour, we have another one. If we tend to come down right now. And that is right here. At the 101.970. At some point, we're going to see a bounce here. So let's see if gold will actually hold here. Or if we just come back up right now all the way to see the dollar coming down. Then if that's the case here, we want to see this one. We want to go a little bit higher. Which is, let me see. Potentially the 90.40. Potentially the 90.40. That could be the aligning target here with the dollar if you zoom out a little bit more. If the dollar decides to come back down further and to tap into that zone. Then the 101.970 for the dollar index. And then potentially the 90.40 for the gold. That could be absolutely fantastic. Yeah, that's something that we should take consideration here. Okay, we're going to do a giveaway right now, ladies and gentlemen. So if you want to be part of the giveaway, then please retweet this particular tweet I made. It's good morning traders, let's make some money. Gotta pick a winner right now. So be quick, be quick. If you still want to join, links in the description. My Twitter is in there. Also, all the new members, welcome to our community. We are one of the fastest growing communities on Discord. I can tell you that right now. And definitely the most active. And the most rewarding here. So, if you want to be part of our Discord, you know where to find us. I share my weekly analysis here every single time. 20 minute, 30 minute video. And of course, I'll let you guys know about some setups I'm looking at as well. So yes, you know where to find me right now. Let's start with the giveaway. Before we continue here. There we go. 46 retweets. Fantastic. Let me know when you guys are ready. If you are ready, press. If you guys are ready, let me know. In the meantime, guys, GJ has reached her second TP right there. That's absolutely amazing. That's great news right here. Let's sell another 25% right now before we keep the rest open, and that's it. That's it for GJ. That's some significant profits right there. Congrats if you joined on the GJ trade. Absolutely fantastic. Congratulations. So, let's continue right now. And the winner. I think it's Mrs. right here. Jen Cowden, 17. Congratulations. You won the magic keys for today. Keep in mind, pretty much every single time we do giveaways as well. So do not worry. Tomorrow is a new day. It's gonna be completely fine here. So fantastic, congratulations. Send me a message and we're gonna get it sorted right here. Shout out to you, Jen. I know I've seen you before here. Congratulations. Thank you so much for the support. Amazing. What is your TP per trade? So pretty much I close right now 75%. So we have around 25% open right now. We keep this one running regardless. And the reason why I just explained regards to the Japanese yen and the weakness on the Japanese yen and the potential it has after taking out massive amounts of liquidity here. So overall, I think there's a lot of potential for the British pound against the Japanese yen. So congratulations if you are in this trade. I leave the rest running right here. Dollar making moves. Let's see. Nothing spectacular yet. Gold is in the zone again, coming down again. The dollar is not showing a significant high here. We have created equal highs though. That's the only thing that we can take. That's pretty good. That's pretty nice here. We have created equal highs above. We have that imbalance above. Maybe we go taking out that imbalance right there. But I just want you to be a little bit careful right now with gold, because gold is not there yet. Nick says, do you go break even on 30%? Just usually at TP1. I go break even straight away. Okay, guys, let's see what we're gonna do. We're gonna close down the stream very shortly here. We are streaming for 4 hours and 40 or 24 minutes. Of course, as always, 500 likes today. This is a new record, by the way. Thank you so much for the support. The Forex father yet. Or hasn't disappointed you yet? In this case here. It's my duty, my mission to help you succeed here. To make sure that we together, and let's put on an old song real quick, because that we together can actually thrive this whole year. Okay, we're gonna have ups together, we're gonna have downs together. Overall, the idea is to be profitable. This is what we're gonna be. We're gonna be profitable regardless. Okay. So what are we gonna do? TP 1, 2, 3. TP 1, 2, 3. TP 1, 2, 3. Break even. Deserve man gonna be a YouTube for everyone here. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. We're gonna go over a couple more charts right now. I'm gonna make sure that you are fully ready for tomorrow. Scoreboard, yes, thank you so much. The total scoreboard needs to be added on here. There we go. Liquidity says, when the limitless merch is dropping, the limitless merch is already there, my fam. More information is in the Discord. Absolutely amazing. Okay, so let's wait for GJ to go to the moon. In the meantime, while explaining you some other charts here, wow, GJ is going to the moon. Is yeah, what we can expect right now over the long term here, because we have to take consideration right now that this is exactly what we're looking for. We wanted to see that breakout already happening. We came back up a little bit already. Tomorrow is one of the most important meetings we're gonna experience in this particular quarter. It's the first FOMC meeting of the year. It's always very important to see how Jerome Powell acts, how he responds, how he reacts, what's his kind of like energy is. Because that particular outcome will determine a lot for the next couple of months, for this particular quarter. It could happen, or it could benefit the stock market, or it could totally destroy the stock market. Whatever it is, it could make the dollar also a lot stronger, as the dollar has been dropping already significantly for a significant amount of time now already as well. Okay, so this is a clear sign of a lot of liquidity getting built up above. On the flip side, what are we seeing here? Let me explain that real quick while GJ is going to the moon. What we did was we came back down. We actually induced a lot of early longs to come in. We reversed right now as we got rejected by a particular zone on the 3 hour, I believe. It's around a 3 hour chart here. 3 hour here. Somewhat in this particular range. However, do not forget that we have a bunch of liquidity above here. So the actual statement, if we're gonna have 25 basis points, what I do expect for the dollar, I do believe that potentially we're gonna make a move down first. And the reason why I'm saying that, if that's the case here tomorrow, is if that's the case, then if it's 25 basis points, then potentially we're not gonna really see a significant impulse, because this was already priced in the market. However, if he then after that in his actual press conference gonna say, we need to get inflation down to 2%, we need to be more strict, we need to be more strong. Yes, inflation is coming down, but we're not there yet. And it feels like it's an aggressive tone, an undertone. I'm immediately gonna look out for a massive reversal to the upside and take out some of these particular zones. And especially go for the liquidity here. And I think that that will be a massive indication for gold to potentially come down as well. Okay, understand that if you zoom out and you remove all that lower time frame, data here, equal lows are built up here right now as well. Okay, equal lows are built up here. Usually that's a very good indication that we're going to take out some of these lows here. At the same time, the US30. Okay, the US30 is also showing a lot of liquidity that's built up underneath, a lot of equal lows here. I do think it's time for the stock market to potentially reverse at some point as well. I do think that there is a big chance or big opportunity that this could actually happen, or this could actually play out. Maybe during the mid of the first quarter. So I'm talking about mid-February, where we could start seeing the decline here. Okay? All of this is interesting. But again, besides the trade setups that we're going to look out for tomorrow, which is going to be Euro USD, Gold, New Zealand dollar, and so on, we're going to look at a lot of Japanese yen pairs as well the next coming days. Because I do believe the Japanese yen is showing us very weak signals right now, and I think we can really benefit from that volatility that's gonna come here. All right, Igor says, do you always exit 50% on 1R? I would recommend you to go to my video. I dropped an exact new video right now on my channel, so you can watch it. I explain every single detail about the management of the trade and how I actually manage my entries and how I take profits as well. What time? Tomorrow? Tomorrow, same time, guys. Sorry, wait. Tomorrow's the FOMC. So tomorrow I'm gonna actually stream a little bit later. I'm gonna keep you guys updated. I'm gonna open an event before. You will know exactly a couple hours before when I'm gonna go live. But it will be, of course, around the FOMC meeting here. All right, thank you so much. Guys, let's take GJ to the moon together. If you are still in GJ, then congratulations. Let's make some money this whole week, this whole month, this whole quarter, this whole year. And I want you to be, of course, in our community. Why? Because we are truly one of the best community. You don't have to ask me, because I'm just the guy that's trying to tell you this. But as the community itself, I think this is the best way to do that. And why is it? Well, I don't know. It's just the energy we have. The energy we have, the way we collaborate, the way we share, the respect we have for other traders, very importantly, and the activity, right? The activity is the most important. For all the new members, we also have a giveaway event, a giveaway welcome event that is on a Friday. Okay, you can sign up as an event. This is only for new members. You can sign up right here, and we have a giveaway planned right there as well. Okay? Tomorrow, or today. Sorry, tomorrow. We will also have a open mastermind trading. event in Discord as well. You can join us for free. After that event, I'm gonna go live on stream. Okay? So if you want to be ready, already prepared, already beforehand, before the stream actually starts, so you know exactly where to look at with me as well, then please join our trading open mastermind. You're not gonna regret it. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be exciting here. So thank you so much for today. Let's turn more profits into more actual cash. Okay? And with that said, enjoy the rest of your day, guys. Thank you so much. Thank you, Emma, Jamie. Ciao, ciao.